Hello and welcome back to the 7th year of the Industrial Control System Village, the ICS Village at DefCon. We're really excited this year because one, we made it. This was a more difficult year for us than past years because all of those ranges, all of that industrial control system equipment that you've seen in the past, we had to figure out how to get it completely virtualized for you. So I want to say thank you to Grim, who has been hosting a lot of our equipment for us. New this year, besides everything being virtualized, for access for our CTF. The last 2 years, our CTF, the winner has won a black badge. So crossing our fingers, we can pull that off for a third time. No guarantees. Is the Department of Homeland Security CISA agency is going to be, they have some special range equipment that they have integrated into a part of our CTF. So there's going to be a lot more fun and a lot more challenges this year. We have a great lineup of speakers. One of the biggest things that we took advantage of this year with the conference being completely virtual was reaching out to get a lot of international speakers. So the kinds of folks that work in industrial control systems elsewhere in the world, that would not typically be able to make the trip to Vegas. So a lot more variety in international representation with the speakers. So really looking forward to that. Logistics for it this year. Obviously, you know about everything that's going on Discord at DefCon with the ICS Village specific channels around that. Q&A will be done there. Some speakers will be doing Q&A for the live sessions. So live speaker sessions, Q&A will be in Zoom. Otherwise, you can meet with the speakers in Discord. And check out and subscribe to our new channels in YouTube and Twitch, where we'll be streaming everything live to you. Have a great DefCon. Our keynote for this year is the director of CISA, Chris Krebs, reflecting the continued collaboration between the agency and the village with bringing education and more equipment to the community. This DefCon, we are kicking off the first of many opportunities to bring real ICS to even more hackers to get to work with. So without further ado, Chris Krebs with the ICS Village keynote for DefCon.
Hey, hello out there. Welcome to DefCon ICS Village Safe Mode. My name is Chris Krebs. I am the director of the U.S. Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency. Today, going to tell you a little bit about the things that we've been doing over the last couple years, our approach to control systems, but more broadly, not just our approach, the things we're doing working with you and the community to improve control system cybersecurity out there across this great country and throughout the world. So I think what I want to start with is tell you a little bit about who we are, CISA. Again, the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency, youngest federal agency, coming up on our second birthday here. And talk to you a little bit about the threat landscape as we see it and tie it to a few actors out there that have been improving their capabilities, and then stitch that all up into a story of the things that we've identified as important and how we work with you and the rest of the ICS security community to actually achieve these objectives that we're all working day in, day out towards. So that, CISA, almost 2 years old now. We are a part of the Department of Homeland Security. We've been around in one way, shape, or form since the creation of the department, but the U.S. Congress gave us the authority to stand up as a separate operational component, like the Transportation Security Administration, what you normally would have had to deal with if we were in Vegas, like last year and ideally next year. And FEMA, if you're paying attention to COVID or hurricane season, they're out in front. So that's where we come in. We're CISA. We are the nation's risk advisor, as we style ourselves. But the concept here is to get an understanding of what the risk landscape looks like and how it intersects with the nation's critical infrastructure across a number of different lines of effort. But I tend to distill them down to 5. First is traditional InfoSec. We are the home of US CERT. And we have been working some aspect of InfoSec for two plus decades now. The second aspect or discipline is control system security. We are also home to ICS Cert and have been in this game for quite some time with varying levels of investment and capability, but we are fully committed to this mission. The third is supply chain security. Lots of activity on the supply chain front over the last couple of years, particularly since I've been here, and really looking forward to building more capability, insight, and maturity across the supply chain risk management discipline. And the last two pieces, insider threat. And this is more about that blending of close access operations, allowing an adversary into your network or into your perimeter that they can then combine with other techniques to get to achieve their objectives. And then lastly, physical security. So in this broader cybersecurity and infrastructure security space, we're also out there day in, day out conducting physical security assessments of facilities to help protect things like schools and hospitals right now and places of worship. Back when sports start up again at larger scale and you can actually go attend a sporting event, assuming you like sports ball, we are out there helping the facility owners and operators understand how to best secure their facilities. So that's kind of the disciplines that we focus on. And we have a very different approach, I think, to engaging our stakeholders, our customers, as it were, than you might find in other parts of the federal government. They're usually persuasive hooks that agencies have, whether it's law enforcement authorities or it's regulatory authorities or they have money, things like that. We're in a little bit different spot. We're in the public-private partnership business, and that's a kind of cliche thing to say, I think, certainly over the last 15 plus years. But we spend a lot of time listening. So it's not that old, tired, we're from the government and we're here to help. It's more along the lines of we're from the government and we're here to listen. We want to understand what your problems are, what your challenges are, and what your gaps are. We have certain advantages where at the end of the day, profit and revenue is not our prime objective. We have the ability to overcome places where there's no legitimate business model for the private sector to chip in and contribute. So that's kind of a sweet spot for us. And of course, there are other aspects here. We have access to classified information, and when we know what the bad guys are trying to do, or actually doing, we're able to distill that down and bring partners into the fight to counter those efforts. And so again, we're this public-private partnership, voluntary effort agency. I'm not going to lie, it's tough. When you really have to work that extra bit to understand what a partner's challenges are and then go back and craft something that is going to help them, that takes a lot more work than I think some of the other authorities that other agencies have. But in a sense, it's also pretty darn easy if you listen the right way. If you listen to really what the challenges and the gaps are in the critical infrastructure community, whether it's on the InfoSec side or the OT control system side, if you listen really hard and you isolate the issue and you address the issue and deliver some value, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy in terms of your ultimate success. So we, in a certain sense, are like the private sector, right? We're like an organization that has to develop a capability, turn it, do the market research, pull together a product lifecycle, have a team to deliver it to customers, and then have feedback and dial it in. So we very much have that private sector mentality. In that philosophy, that approach is in part why I'm here today, wherever here is. But that's why I'm here today. It's part of market research. It's part of engaging a community and understanding what your challenges are and how we can all work together to close out those gaps. And I honestly think which means I'm not lying to you right now, I guess, that right now, the threat landscape, the bad guys out there doing bad things is as active as I've ever seen it. And that's not to say that the bad guys out there haven't been doing bad things for a long time. 2012, 2013, dating all the way back, we've seen, particularly in the control system space and the hard infrastructure space, really dramatic adversary activity. So go back and look at the 2019 Worldwide Threat Assessment. There's a very specific piece in there that talks about Chinese capabilities to disrupt pipelines, cause localized outages. That goes back several years. A couple years ago, the Russians, what we called at the time Alien Viper, but they absolutely targeted energy infrastructure. They went through the supply chain, they went through contractors, construction organizations in this case. They knew where they were wanting to go, and they used a range of capabilities, a range of accesses to get there. Even more recently, we, alongside the National Security Agency, issued an alert that was pretty clear and pretty stark in the terms of, if you have OT systems that touch the internet, you need to get them offline, you need to harden them, you need to protect them, you need to install or implement better email security measures, because what we found is flat, unsegmented networks provides the adversary the ability to pivot off the business network into the OT networks. Again, these are very, very active targets for the bad guys. It's only a matter of time, as I think Dale Peterson said back in January down at S4 in an interview I did with him, that ransomware will come to the control system space. It's a matter of time. Let's get there before then. So our mindset has been going back to that general philosophy of the agency. How do we understand? How do we build a community of practice here? We're not the ones building it, to be clear. We want to be able to foster that community of practice. And so a year and a half or so ago now, when we came out of a pretty historic, not pretty, but a historic shutdown of the US federal government, I laid out a series of priorities for this agency. First, half my budget goes, if you haven't checked, and you don't, who looks at the federal government budgets, but half of my budget goes to federal cybersecurity. That's a big chunk of money, and so that's a top priority for me. What else is a top priority for me? Election security. Looking forward to participating, and parts of my team participating in the voting village, DefCon voting village as well. We're also doing physical security, as I mentioned, for crowded places and soft targets. But I think when we were sitting there as a team trying to identify the greatest areas for opportunity, the greatest areas for community progress, two things immediately jumped to mind, and they're related. Supply chain. Supply chain risk management is an untapped area that we are putting a significant amount of effort behind. But the last piece of course, why I'm here today, industrial control systems. As I mentioned, we are the home of ICS CERT. It's a game that we've been playing for quite some time. And we are reinvigorating our partnerships. We're reinvigorating our investments, bringing and building a fantastic team. And our overall objectives is to be able to stitch together the US government in support of industry and the control system security community. Together. That's it. Together. We're just working on doing this together. And so coming out of that shutdown, I challenged the team, said, tell me how we're going to do this. And of course, federal government agencies, this is what we do. We build strategies, right? So in July, we released our Industrial Control Systems Initiative, which is our strategy. It says, here are the things that we are aiming to accomplish. Here are the main thrust of activity. Now, you didn't come here today to hear me talk about a strategy, about another federal government plan. It's actually pretty tight in terms of page count, but that's not why we're here. But I do need to lay out what our objectives are and how we're going to do that. And then I'm going to tell you about the mechanisms we're using and some of the key implementation priorities. And that'll give you a sense of where we're going. Most importantly, how you can participate. Because together, to me, means one thing. And I mentioned it earlier this year at the Industrial Control Systems Joint Working Group that we had to do online, just like this. Our top line objective is to democratize industrial control systems security efforts. And what that means is making it open for everyone, bringing the community together. It's not about releasing products and tools and services that only a handful can afford. It's not about restricting access. It's about diversity. It's about inclusion. It's about democratizing security. That's what's behind our strategy. So real quick, the philosophy behind the strategy is about empowering you, empowering vendors and owners, operators, and integrators to make better risk management decisions. It's about informing your investments. It's about integrating the US government, CISA, and our partners in the intelligence community, Department of Defense and FBI. It's about integrating our efforts into yours. It's about moving to a proactive industrial control systems posture. And lastly, it's about driving towards a sustainable, long-lasting control systems security community. That's the top line, all right? How are we doing this? Pillars. We got 4 pillars. Every strategy's got to have pillars. We have 4 pillars. First pillar is asking more of the community, but doing more for the community from the federal government perspective as well. The second is advancing technology in the ability to secure our systems. Not just tomorrow's systems, but we have to figure out how to continue to defend today's deployments while thinking through the next generation and having more security baked in, secure by design, security by deployment. The third piece is developing deep data capabilities to better put our understanding of risks against the current deployments and building frameworks, building resources and approaches that take advantage of just this wealth of information we all have, pull it all together and putting into meaningful frameworks. MITRE continues to lead in this space with the industrial control systems framework. Those are the types of activities and approaches that we look to be a part of, not necessarily invent, not own. We just want to be a part of this effort. And lastly, increasing that risk understanding of the interdependencies that are out there so that we can drive smarter investments, smarter solutions, smarter engagements between the government and industry to get to that objective of democratizing control system security and making the environment safer and more secure. So it's those 4 pillars that drive our approaches. So what the heck are our approaches? Okay, this is the part that matters. The strategy is about what we're trying to do. Our approaches are how you can work with us to achieve these objectives. So, got a few things that are worth talking about here. I already talked about one of them, and that's the Industrial Control System Joint Working Group. This is what is now a twice a year, that's biannual, twice a year, now a virtual event, but it provides a free opportunity for anyone that's either getting into the control systems game or is in a jurisdiction that doesn't have travel funds, because those are always a challenge with, the old days conferences. How do you get the money to go to Vegas? How do you get the money to go to Miami? The ICS JWG is about opening up a more inclusive environment so everyone can come together and learn something, even if it's at the 101 level or the 10, whatever remedial is, the 100 level. It doesn't matter. Point is, we have the opportunity to bring more people into this community, and that's what we're working towards with the ICS JWG. We had our most recent one in, I don't know, it was a month or so ago. We've got another one coming up in the fall. So that's point one, ICS JWG. So back to that kind of integrating the federal government with the community, we also have an effort called the Control Systems Interagency Working Group, the CISA. Now, it says interagency, but don't take from that it's just government. Again, this is about bringing the executive leadership of the federal agencies that play in control systems together with leaders from industry, from the research community, from the vendor space, bringing everybody together and figuring out, okay, what are our opportunities, our threats? It's really, in part, we're doing a SWOT analysis. How are we strong together? Where are we weak together? What are our opportunities to work together? And then what are the threats? So coming out of the last year or so work of the Control Systems Interagency Working Group, well, we figured a few things out. One is the government needs to be more coordinated together. Everybody does some part of this game. How do we do it in a more coordinated fashion? Well, one place we can really achieve, I think, some alignment and advancements is in standards. So if we get all the federal government players together on standards and working towards the same common purpose, we can really drive the advancements we're looking for. Also, we can help work to build the workforce of the future. Rather than doing bits and pieces here and there, let's have a collective approach to workforce. And a lot of credit to NIST and their efforts in job coding, creating clarity in messaging, clarity in hiring practices. So we have an opportunity there. And also on the investment alignment. So R&D, lots of different R&D efforts across the federal government. We should have a more unified R&D agenda that can get better uses out of our investments, maybe eliminate some duplication or redundancy in efforts. Always a good thing. Maybe put those saved dollars towards another effort. And then lastly, working towards a more unified, streamlined, coherent, and value-added incident response approach within the USG. And in part, what we want to do with this is make sure that we're taking the relevant information out of an incident response effort and sharing that information back out in a protected way for the victim. We're not in the business of re-victimizing a victim, but to the extent that we can extract insights from single or multiple incident responses, that's a good thing. And that's something that we've done recently. In fact, in a natural gas, in the oil and natural gas sector, we issued an alert earlier this year. Now, we're not perfect yet. We're still working at this. But your feedback on all of our control systems products is always welcome. So go to CISA.gov, CISA.gov, check out our control systems page and all of the products we have there, the alerts, the guidance, the advisories. Let us know where we're hitting the mark. Let us know what else we need to do. And then work with us through the Industrial Control Systems Joint Working Group. There are a few other things that are worth highlighting, particularly since we're doing this DefCon safe mode thing, something you'll hear about, and that got kicked off last year, or rather earlier this year down in Miami, ICS for ICS, Industrial Control Systems for Incident Command System. Not sure if everybody knows what the Incident Command System is, but it's what the physical emergency responders use to coordinate their efforts, whether it's a hurricane, a wildfire. It's actually the firefighters out in California, the fire service, they're the ones that developed the incident command system. But it's got great application for physical disasters. But I bet if we ever have one of those big time, larger scale, physical or cyber-enabled physical event, guess who's going to show up? The fire department, the emergency managers, state and local officials. There's absolutely a role in control system security and incident response for state and locals. But they also we recognize that there are roles for the security community. So what we've got to be able to do is develop those frameworks, develop the frameworks that put everybody together, clarity of roles and responsibilities. So a lot of credit to Megan Sanford for her work there and ICS for ICS, and looking forward to continuing to contribute to that effort. And of course, the best for last here, ICS Village. This year, we were proud to partner with the ICS Village. A lot of credit and thanks goes to Bryson Bort for his efforts. But the idea is we can do more together. That's why we're here. That's why you're seeing the feds show up at DefCon, even if it's virtually. We were there last year, but we look forward to really growing out this and building out this partnership with the ICS Village and other villages. We're doing that in a couple ways. This year, we've got our Control Environment Laboratory Resource, or CELR, that is going to give simulated environments so that everybody can walk through a couple different scenarios, work on your blue team skills, and run some incident response. This is an effort that we think, again, plays to that democratizing incident, industrial control systems. It's been a long day. Industrial control system security. Again, democratizing, making it more open. If we can pull more resources out of the national capital region, out of specific locations out west, and then make them broadly available virtually, good for everyone. If we can put things on wheels and drive them around to various parts of the country, again, these are good things. That's what we're trying to accomplish here. A control systems ecosystem, security ecosystem that is open and accessible to everyone, whether you're in the private sector or you're a municipal water facility. Everyone's got requirements. We have to be able to do this together. So the last thing I'll talk about before wrapping this one up is our role in vulnerability management. This has been hell year, I think, for the vulnerability managers out there. 6 months of week after week of big vuln after big vuln. I was thinking at some point it's almost a race to the bottom, because think about it, you drop one vulnerability and somebody's probably going to drop one next week. And so you got tops of 7 days in the news cycle. But it's really stressing the teams that historically we haven't invested too much in. The vulnerability management side is one of the most important teams within any organization. We play a key role here in coordinating vulnerability disclosure. We fund and support the CERT Coordination Center, CERT-CC, up at Carnegie Mellon. We also fund the National Vulnerability Database at NIST. So between the CERT-CC CVE process and the National Vulnerability Database, two key resources for any network defender, any vulnerability manager, of understanding what's new, what's coming, and how do you defend against it. We also play a role, again, through that CERT-CC process, where the private sector, or a security researcher rather, if they identify something, we can help facilitate the conversation between the appropriate vendor. Now, sometimes we don't need to play a role. In fact, we encourage programs, we encourage vendors to have vulnerability disclosure programs, to have as needed bug bounty programs. Again, have a healthy, vibrant ability to engage with a security researcher where you don't need the government, even if it's just fostering or facilitating a protected conversation. But that's not always how things are right now. That's not where some organizations are in their maturity of their own vulnerability disclosure practices. So we play a vital role. Last year, calendar year 19, we processed and managed through our CVE process 11,500 plus vulnerabilities. I think based on this year, we're probably going to exceed that, but that's a role we are happy to play. Again, we are going to continue to issue advice and guidance to organizations of all sizes and stripes, guidance on how they can set up their own vulnerability disclosure programs. Just last week, we issued some guidance to our partners in the state and local election community about how they can set up vulnerability disclosure programs for their systems. And so it's not just about the code, the software they're coding or whatever, it's their implementations. If you find a vulnerability in a voter registration database, please, first off, if you own that database, you need a process. But if you find that vulnerability, you need a way to report it in a coordinated manner so it can get closed out, so that it's closed out before the bad guys get there. So vulnerability management is exactly where we are going to continue investing more broadly in the InfoSec space. And in fact, little known fact, this was supposed to be the year of vulnerability management. That was a theme we had. Little did we know that it was going to be vuln management hell year. But here we are, we're here, we're part of the team. Let us know what help you need. So I'm going to wrap this one up right now. Again, CISA is here as an advisor, as a partner, as a friend. Our objective, again, top line, democratizing industrial control system security at all levels. I don't care where you are. We want to work with you. We are here to provide support, resources, technical assistance, and the information you need to be able to protect your systems. But ultimately, it's not just about defending today's deployments. We've got to make sure that tomorrow's deployments are secure by design, secure by deployment. So with that, I'm going to wrap up these remarks, and I'm going to jump in a time machine, and I'm going to have a costume change and all that, and think we're going to do some live Q&A. Thanks.
All right, we are now live. Chris, thank you very much for keynoting the first virtual Safe Mode DefCon ICS Village. It has been a lot of work. I think it was really great how you set out both, I'm sorry, I'm getting some feedback. There we go, sorry. How you set out both the way that the strategy has changed, acknowledging how government has to be different, and then extending the hand to the community. And so the first question is, why now? What's changed?
Hey, thanks. So first off, let me, first thanks to you. Thanks to the ICS Village for having me on. I gotta admit, it is painful watching recordings of your own remarks in what's, I guess, now real time. And we've also made a bit of a studio change. I looked like a hostage in that feed. This is more of a natural setup. You, on the other hand, Bryson, we could spruce up, I think, your setup there a little bit. So I'll help you on that front.
I've got the important things.
I know. I'm jealous. I got it. Hey, I got my aerospace badge the other night, so I'm excited about that. So what changed? I think it's. I don't think anything necessarily changed overnight. I think it was more of an agency coming into its own and trying to figure out, A, what Congress asked us to do, and B, the special authorities and relationships that we've had. We've been in the ICS space for years. And in fact, we had an announcement earlier today. I mentioned the Control Systems Interagency Working Group, the private sector co-chair. We announced that just simultaneously, and that's Marty Edwards from Tenable. Marty Edwards has obviously been around for quite a long time. In fact, he was an employee of a predecessor organization to CISA, running our ICS CERT capability. So we've been here, but again, I think what it was more about is a philosophy change here at the agency about being bridge builders, about connecting the dots. And that's in part, I think, just kind of my style, the way I always operate. I'm a middle child, always seeking to build people, bridges, relationships, compromises, and not being adversarial. And I think this is a community that kind of, I think, shares that mentality and approach, and is just looking for that hand for the pull up. So again, I think we got a number of different things that we're trying to do here. And one of the big takeaways that I had from the speech is democratizing security in the control system space. The gap between the haves and the have-nots is pretty remarkable. So what I'm looking to do is not just make sure that the bigs are into the party, but the fact that we can roll out into rural communities and water sector water facilities, the 30,000 plus water treatment facilities across the country, and make sure that they have access to training, resources, and capabilities. Not trying to take anything over here. They're still going to be responsible for their security, whatever we can do. So we've got a couple concepts between the control environment lab, resource the seller capability, but also looking to put some people on wheels moving around the country and again, bringing that last mile delivery on ICS training.
Yeah, so I appreciate the kudos to me and to several others. Certainly with the Village, it's a team sport. I couldn't do it without Tom Van Norman, who has done the lion's share of the CTF work, including integrating CISA into that, along with all the volunteers we have and all of the legends that we follow on from before. And so with that, opening the aperture for team and democracy, how can small and mid-sized businesses get more involved with these efforts? The CISA calls during COVID have been a fantastic resource for situational awareness. How can people get more involved in the R&D to bridge the gaps?
Yeah, so a few things here. First is, I like hearing that the calls that we do during COVID, just so everybody's tracking, Tuesday, Thursdays for the first, 15 months of COVID, however long it was, 6 or 7 months, we did Tuesday, Wednesday calls, broad stakeholders, open. We're averaging anywhere, the highest number, I think we had about 10,000 connections, and that's winnowed down over time. Now we're at every other week. But the idea there is to make sure that we can bring a set of resources, educational information sharing, technical guidance to the broader community. And that's not just us, but it's CDC, HHS, FEMA, anyone else. And we've done that for other events too. If you recall back at the beginning of the year with Iran, we did a couple calls there as well. The first evening call, we had 6,000 plus folks on a Friday afternoon, Friday 6 p.m. call Eastern. And to me, again, it's, hey, here's what's going on in the world. Here is the background on the Iranian actors. Here are the things that we're worried about, and you should probably be worried about and covering down on over the weekend. Yeah, sorry to do this to you over a weekend, but that's just kind of how life is right now. So again, the idea is to be able to quickly engage. We've built partnership mechanisms and distribution mechanisms over the years. We have tens of thousands of partners in these programs, but that's not nearly enough. We have a lot of room left to cover, or ground left to cover in terms of bringing people in. So we'll continue doing these. We'll continue doing those calls. We're going to continue to do things like the ICS JWG, which is open to everybody. It's free of charge. It's virtual now. So there's really no barrier to entry since it's streaming online. If you got a connection to the internet, you should be able to tap in. We also have our Cybersecurity Summit, our third annual Cybersecurity Summit later this year, which is also going to be in safe mode, which is going to be about 2 to 3 hours of programming once a week on I think it's on a Wednesday. And what's the first day there? September. I'll come back around on that. But it's going to be 4 weeks in a row, every Wednesday, 2 to 3 hours of programming. Again, free of charge. We're going to be streaming it on the CISA.gov website. And so lots of opportunity. And from there, what we've got to do a better job of is communicating the specific, almost the equivalent of an API on how you hook in. Just a week or two ago, we released the CISA Service Catalog, which is an interactive tool so that you can kind of pick and choose, sort through the things that we provide. Again, training, education, guidance, best practices, so that an organization of any stripe or capability can plug in, and that'll get you into some of the other things we can do, like have a protective security advisor, cybersecurity advisor, sit down with you and walk you through a good plan.
Do you have any suggestions for how CISA can help push for critical infrastructure software updates, where the current model of CVE vulnerability reporting and tools like OWASP scans do not show a problem in old deprecated software platforms and tools? This would help open up the budget and get prioritization escalated.
Yeah, so I mean, this is some of the initial feedback we got through the cross-sector interagency working group. One issue was standards help improve government input and engagement on standards bodies, but that doesn't really help for stuff that's already deployed, the legacy systems. And in part, that's what we're trying to do through Pillar 2 of our ICS strategy. Again, I made the point in my remarks of, nobody's here to hear about a strategy. They want to hear about the things that we can do. And that's what we're trying to build toward, is collaborate with the community to the extent we can do joint research, joint investment, to get that defend today aspect of our mission space. So to get the tools out there, the visibility out there, transparency out there, on currently deployed, and then help to the extent possible transition over into more secure by design, secure by deployment technologies. But this is the real challenge, because some of this stuff's hard to get to. You can't take the plant floor offline to do a swap out. So we've got to continue thinking through what some of the alternative options are.
So as a 2-year-old agency, you noted how young CISA is. How is the process of recruiting ICS talent going? And can you discuss what you are doing or plan to do to grow future talent?
Yeah, this is tricky, right? ICS talent is a unicorn out there right now. IT. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Is that new? I haven't seen the dark unicorn version.
Yeah, this is new.
Okay, nice. It's the Bryson 7 months into COVID. So it's tricky, right? We are able to attract talent right now on a onesie twosie basis, but that's not going to cut it. Our requirements are pretty dramatic. But it's also not about getting the people and the boots on the ground here. So first off, I have a philosophy. I want to be able to bring in as much talent as possible, but I'm okay if after 4 or 5 years or 3 years or whatever it is, they spin out into the private sector. For me, it does a few things. One, it gets us, it allows us to have an alumni network of folks that know how we work, the things we do. And then once they spin out into the private sector, into the vendor community or the deployed community, they know how to work with us, and they have an affinity and predisposition to work with us. Second, it allows us to provide training. So we're providing a lot of this training anyway, but if we do it here in-house, then we know that there's some degree of bar met or standardization in training for ICS security. Now, that's all well and good. You got to identify the talent as it comes up through. So we are working with colleges, universities, with various veterans programs to bring folks in. And in some cases, we can pay for tuition. Scholarship for Service is one program. But again, that assumes that, at least that part assumes that people are going into the traditional education paths. And we are committed to a diverse and inclusive approach to bringing folks into the government and particularly this agency. So we're working with Congress. They've provided us some funding to set up a program that'll look more a trade school or an institute like approach. So it's not necessarily a 4-year college, but maybe 2 years. And that'll, I think, get us into an entirely different population of potential employees, but more importantly, get more capability and training out there at the edge, rather than just thinking through the standard 4-year college and university approach.
So I know our time is almost
again,
up. Oh, sorry.
I don't think it's yeah, right there. Look, we're hiring all the time. So CISA.gov/careers. Check it out. And also for any of our ICS resources, CISA.gov/ICS. I realize the glare is probably bad. We'll fix that for the next one. But we are always hiring. We are a steady employment machine, not just here in the National Capital Region, but throughout this great country.
So I just figured you've been writing your password back up there. So it'd be a typical OPSEC fun fail.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
It's the same combination I have on my luggage. 3 rapid fire questions to close it out, because I know you're out of time, is you get to wave a non-internet connected magic wand. What is that one wish that you wish could happen? And then the final 2 questions is, next to your non-internet connected magic wand is a crystal ball. What is one good thing and one bad thing that you think is going to happen in critical infrastructure in the next 5 years?
Yeah. So one thing that we've heard pretty clearly from across the community is a need for some sort of, Rosetta Stone of protocols within various ICS technology and equipment. So anything we can do on that front to enumerate all the protocols and have it just that much easier for the security and safety folks to understand what they're dealing with and be able to make good informed decisions. So that's on the list. What's a good thing that's coming? I think we're going to have a much better, in part through things like ICS for ICS, and part through things like updating CVSS and the distilling down commonalities across vulnerabilities in various deployments. Again, have a more informed, risk-based approach to decision making. On the bad side, look, the more stuff that's getting plugged in, the more stuff that's getting remotely monitored, it is just additional attack surface. There will be bad moments. It's not always going to be cyber, but there very likely will be cyber, because we know the adversary is taking a hard look between China, Iran, and Russia. So we're just hoping that we can, through whether it's layered defense or just risk management and consequence management, keep the boom small and keep the loss of life to 0.
Chris, thank you for your time. Pleasure as always. We look forward to continued collaboration.
Thanks, Bryson. Hey, stay safe. Wear a mask. Thanks, folks.
Whew.
All right.
How you feel?
Good job. Good. That was good. I hated that setup we had for the keynote. So we rolled this out Tuesday, Wednesday. So
Monday.
we'll stick with this. When did we first use this?
Oh, that
Wednesday. Yeah. So this is down on the 7th floor. We've got one of the skids on the other side. I'll see if we can roll it over here for something we do next. So anyway, all right. I got to run up to the fort to go see Nakasone. So thanks for that.
I'll be up at Dreamport at 4 o'clock.
I'll be right there.
Yeah, so that's the panel with the feds for election security.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah, so I'll be there a bit early. The panel actually starts at 4. Apparently our mics are hot, so we're still broadcasting.
Nice.
Tom Van Norman. I'm one of the co-founders of the ICS Village, and I'm going to talk to you today for a little bit about Hack the Planet CTF that went live about an hour and 15 minutes ago. So far, we have a little over 100 people playing it, and I'm going to walk you through how to register, what's involved, things like that. So if you haven't done so, go to hacktheplanet.ctfd.io. Bring you to this screen here. Go ahead and click here to register and play. Ask you for some basic information. Fill it out. Once you do that, you can come back and log back in. And the CTF is really made up of 3 different challenges this year. With the help of our sponsors and a lot of hard work from some volunteers, we have a Howdy Neighbor provided by Grim. That's a IoT-based CTF. We have CISA. They have these seller skids, they call them, out at INL. We have some challenges that you're going to go against them. Both those environments, you're going to use a zero-tier network connection to get into, and you actually go against live real hardware. And then we have other questions that you can download PCAPs from, or different artifacts. A lot of them were provided by Dragos, and you're going to download them locally, analyze the PCAPs, analyze the different files to answer the questions. Overall, we have about 100 and I think we're just about 190 questions that were provided, and we put in the CTF. We could not have done this without our sponsors. Some of the hard work was done by Don Weber from Cutaway Security, Dragos, CISA, Grim, Scythe. Probably missing somebody in there, but a lot of people had a lot of really hard work to go in here. So click on those 2 links there, whatever one that you want to, and you're going to download or view, if you choose, instructions on how to connect to a zero-tier network, instructions on how to play that section of the CTF. In addition to that, we have live camera feeds. You do not need to be a part of the CTF to view these. In the documents that you're going to read with those links previously, these links here will be in there. So we go between Twitch and YouTube. It's pretty cool to see when you answer some questions properly. You'll see some physical effects happen to the different skids or Howdy Neighbor. The CTF will run until 10 o'clock Eastern time tonight, and then it'll also run tomorrow and for a few hours on Sunday. The scoreboard will show who's in the lead. That can be viewed by anybody without an account. The winner this year, unfortunately, will not get a black badge. We got word just I believe it was yesterday or day before that winners will not get a black badge. However, you will have a lot of fun. It should take you all weekend to go through all of these challenges, unless you already played this. We did debut a lot of this at RSAC a couple months ago. So you will see some challenges that were brought over from there, but it will take you probably all weekend to go through all of these challenges if you choose. If you have questions, and I'm sure you will, go to the contests and events, ICS Hack the Planet section on Discord, and just pop your questions in there. That should be open right now for everybody to do that. Somebody will get back to you with an answer, either be in the general chat there where you posted it, or a DM. But we will get back to you as soon as possible. Both the CISA skids and Howdy Neighbor zero-tier connections all have a time limit to that. We had to impose a time limit just so we can let more people through. When your time is up, you'll automatically be disconnected. It's an automated feature. You can get right back in line and get back on it. If there's not a wait, you can reconnect, you know, pretty quick. If there are people in front of you, you're gonna have to wait. With the one of the challenges that we have with this is we are dealing with real targets out there, real physical hardware. So the concurrency issue, we in order to satisfy that, we have to limit people's time on it. So that's all I have. Good luck, everyone. If you have any questions, by all means, put them in the chat there. And look forward to seeing the scores and seeing how everybody does.
Let's see if we've, so how much effort did it take for the team to really bring all this change about this year?
It took, trying to think here in terms of man hours. Got Don Weber and I, we spent countless nights, and he spent a tremendous amount of days putting the CTFD instance together. And then, you know, we have the Grim and the CISA and the Dragos portion of this. We have several thousand man hours easily that went into this. People, you know, as you go through the questions and you can see some of the questions are easy, some of them are a lot more complex. But you'll just see the quality of them, and it takes time. And I don't have an exact number, but I know it is several thousand man hours that went into put this together.
So if you had your wish, where would you take the ICS Village CTF?
I would leave it at Cyber Bytes in Quantico, Virginia, or Stafford, Virginia, and virtualize it completely, so we can offer it to many different events throughout the year and throughout the world. It was a challenge figuring out how to virtualize things and how to, you know, get the video feeds working and everything. And I think we're just about there. You know, we learned a couple of things. We'll probably tweak it over the next coming weeks or before the next event, but definitely make it richer, make more assets on it, and leave it in a location and host this around the world.
All right. Well, let's see. Nope. So, Tom, thank you for, of course, the significant amount of effort that you and the team have put together to bring this challenge. And we look forward with the Village being back next year in person with an opportunity to get the winner another black badge to make that 3 years in a row for us. Kudos on such an awesome job. Thanks, man.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Joe Slowick, and I am going to be talking about something I call mission kill, focusing on process targeting and ICS attacks. So getting into that, first, who am I? So currently I am a adversary hunter, fancy way of saying threat intelligence, I suppose, working at Dragos, focusing on industrial control system threats and threat activities. I also do some cyber threat intelligence training through a side gig called Paralysis. If you're hanging around the Blue Team Village, you'll see me with a workshop on cyber threat intelligence later today. But in addition to my current time working with Dragos on ICS threats, I formerly led the incident response team at Los Alamos National Laboratory and did some cybery things for the US Navy as an officer back in the day. But enough about me. We really want to get to our agenda for today. And along those lines, we're going to start with just a definition of what an attack means. There's a lot of confusion around the word, and so just get a common conception of what the term means in the context of ICS events, and then review 3 process targeting incidents from the past few years and what those teach us and the consequences of seeing adversaries migrate into a more refined or a more focused way of trying to impact control system environments, and conclude with defensive options and implications for what it is that asset owners and operators need to do in order to meet this type of or category of threat. So first, to define attack, principally, I'm looking at attack as being those deny, degrade, destroy operations. So just simply scanning a device, sending a phishing message, don't really constitute attacks. These can come into play in terms of certain preparatory actions, but trying to determine what is simply a route to economic espionage versus what is a precursor to an attack really depends upon being able to discern or identify adversary intent. And short of being able to read minds, it's very hard to do that. So really, for the purposes of this discussion, we're really only talking about those sorts of incidents where there has been noticeable process disruption, degradation, or denying control over an industrial process. So looking at that, we can map this, and there are several ways of doing this. There's the ICS specific kill chain, as well as the various other kill chains that are out there. Since we can't just have one, we need multiple. But really looking at a sequence of events going from typically breaching a victim's IT network, identifying points of contact with the industrial environment, enumerating and categorizing that environment in order to determine what sort of capabilities are necessary in order to interact with or make some change or disruptive effect within that environment, and then finally being in a position to deliver effects on objectives. So a sequence of events that are interdependent, that if you fail in one, you essentially fail in all, that defines what it is required in order to execute something disruptive or destructive within an industrial environment. And so with that in mind, looking at a lot of headlines, we see things that are mentioned as attacks that really don't meet that bar. Whether we have items like the infamous New York Dam incident from almost 10 years ago now, to items like the Baku-Sehan-Tbilisi pipeline incident, or even just plain made up items like In the Wild ransomware that was a company tech demo and whatnot, that we see the word attack thrown about quite frequently, but done so in ways that really don't align well with a conception of what an attack really means, or where the implications are quite real. We do, however, see general attacks that impact ICS. So whether we're looking at something like the Shamoon event or the sequence of Shamoon events since the first one in 2012, moving on to items like there was a recent very interesting event that took place in the United States just last year, where there was a denial of service condition on a router that inhibited control over a wind farm for a period of time. But while concerning, it seemed very untargeted. And then getting into things like various ransomware strains that migrate into and have some impact on industrial operations. While all of these are very concerning, they're also somewhat dumb or very untargeted and kind of sloppy in impact. They're not terribly focused and not really taking into consideration the nature of or the specifics of the targeted industrial environment or the underlying process. Because today, what we want to talk about is a more focused type of attack that I refer to as process targeting, where instead of just blindly looking to disrupt whatever is reachable within an environment, attackers instead focus on a specific stage or aspect of an industrial process. And this could be technical, such as looking for specific equipment or software, targeting a known vulnerability or something along those lines, or it could be operational, so understanding what the sequence of events required for an industrial process, such as a manufacturing line that goes through 3 distinct states, and knowing which is a critical path node that if it's disrupted, it results in the entire line being brought down, represents a more operational way of looking at things and targeting those sorts of weak points. And so we're really trying to move away from the discussions on indiscriminate wiping, ransomware, worms, etc., which define most of the industrial impacting events that we've seen thus far. But the thing is, they don't just describe all of the industrial events that we've seen to date, because there are a subset of industrial impacting events, some in cyber, but one that's actually physical that I think presents some very important lessons. And so I'm going to bring that into the discussion today, that represent true process targeting for impacts in industrial control environments. And so we'll talk to the 2016 Ukraine event, which involved the crash override malware, also referred to as Indestroyer, the 2017 Saudi Arabia incident that involved the use of the Triton or Trisis malware, and then talk about something that happened in Saudi Arabia in 2019 that wasn't cyber in origin, but really emphasizes how attackers are evolving when it comes to operating in industrial spaces. So first, the crash override incident. This was something that was briefed at Black Hat a couple of years ago between myself and some Dragos colleagues, as well as Anton Cherpanov and Robert Lipovsky of ESET. An interesting event in that it represented the second cyber event impacting electric operations in Ukraine after the 2015 incident. But the 2016 event was a little bit more interesting because it represented a technical evolution in that it introduced a specific piece of malware with capabilities for manipulating the distribution, transmission operations within a substation in order to cause a disruption in the delivery of power. So the way that this attack worked is first penetrate the industrial environment and place malware on computers that can communicate to the field devices that actually control the breakers, then schedule that malware in order to open breakers at the target transmission site to do a sort of coordinated effort. And then there was some after effect limited system wipe and some disabling events on infected machines that induced a loss of at least logical or SCADA control in the specific environment. And then there was this thing that, at least at the time, and I've since analyzed this quite extensively in my presentation at the ICS Village last year, actually, as well as in a subsequent white paper, on a protective relay denial of service that took place post-attack, which actually starts to become more significant when you look at this attack in terms of process dependencies. Because when we start looking back at 2015, the attackers used a wiper ostensibly to delay recovery in 2015, that we will disable all of the SCADA workstations, all the engineering workstations, in order to inhibit the ability to restore operations in an effective and efficient way. But from the 2015 attack, it was proved that the operators in question were quite happy and willing to rapidly shift into manual operations in order to restore electric service as quickly as possible. And we can assume that the attackers weren't stupid, and there are significant pieces of evidence that have been reported publicly, as well as a lot of things I've written privately, that the attackers in these incidents, if not are the same, or at least are very much tightly linked, that they took note and that the wiper functionality in 2016 really seems kind of superfluous if you know that the operators are going to go out to the transmission yard and start closing breakers manually. So other than just being an asshole and wiping computers and making restoration just more painful in the long term, why would you do this? Well, it seems that instead the wiper was intended for other purposes, that rather than to inhibit restoration, because you know that the operators are going to get into manual operations, instead the wiper seems more aligned with eliminating logical view and control of the SCADA environment. And that brings us to protective relays, because that denial of service condition on protective relays becomes fairly significant when you realize what a protective relay does in the context of electric utility operations. So especially a digital protective relay is a smart device that works to ensure the process, maybe not necessarily safety, but certainly process control and certain degrees of process protection to make sure that fluctuations in electric distribution and transmission operations don't propagate beyond the relay operations in order to induce potential physical damage to electric distribution, transmission, or even generation gear. So looking at this is that we see protective relays as being a significant aspect of electric operations at multiple stages of the electric utility landscape. And while you can operate without them, it induces a certain level of risk in that fluctuations, normal fluctuations, is the part of electric operations, let alone the introduction of potential disasters, natural or engineered, means that with the absence of relay protection, anomalous events would propagate beyond that protective layer to start impacting equipment directly, thus creating the preconditions for physical equipment damage. So looking at the event in Ukraine, the Siemens SuperTech denial of service is pretty interesting in that it doesn't take the device offline, but rather the denial of service wipes all the protective logic from it. It's one of those, this is a feature as opposed to a bug, in that it's used to free up memory to allow for a firmware upgrade or a reprogramming of the device. So the device is still network accessible. It looks powered on. So if you're running through the yard trying to figure out what's going on, or through the control room, it might look like the device is still up and running, but all the actual protection logic is removed, so it's not doing its job. And it's a trivial attack to execute just by sending a single UDP packet within the environment. It is worth noting that there was an endingness mistake in the malware. Not sure if they were counting on this being translated in some fashion, although working in a lab environment, not quite sure how this was supposed to have worked, but it doesn't look like the payload would have been delivered properly, at least in the actual attack. And this was one of a number of mistakes that were made as part of the crash override event. But even though it didn't work quite as to the extent or in the fashion that the attackers wanted to, the intentions and the capabilities deployed in the 2016 Ukraine incident show a much more ambitious event than what we saw in 2015, in that the attackers induced a widespread outage and a loss of view condition through that wiping aspect, and then removed line protection from transmission operations. Now, removing line protection on a de-energized line makes no sense when you think about it, but if you're anticipating that operators will rush to restore operations irrespective of their ability to ascertain the process safety and protection of the environment, now you're setting up a staged attack where there's potential physically destructive consequences when you restore power to those de-energized lines in the absence of process protection. So while it didn't work as intended, crash override appears as though it was designed to try to achieve physical process destruction within the context of electric transmission operations that would have had disruptive effects lasting potentially months in order to try to restore, recover, and ultimately likely replace damaged gear. And a lot of this comes from knowing both the combination of how the operators in question worked within their environment, as well as the importance of protective relays for electric operations. Moving on to 2017, we had the Triton Trisis incident at a petrochemical facility in Saudi Arabia. And there was much discussion at the time about Triton Trisis as being malware that can kill, and who is behind it. Is it Iran? Is it Russia? Or is it some other entity? But a lot of the discussion really masked some of the subtleties and really quite interesting technical details around what Trisis was capable of and how it would work as part of a overall attack sequence. Because again, similar to what we saw in 2016, Triton Trisis was not a bolt from the blue, but rather the end result, well, not even the end result, as we'll see shortly, in a sequence of events to achieve physical process disruption or destruction within the victim environment. So we have a combination of items of repeated credential harvesting and reuse to pivot around the environment and to replay access through legitimate VPNs in order to get remote access into the ICS environment, continuing to pivot through credential capture until the attacker is able to get direct communication to a safety instrumented system on which Trisis could be deployed. And that's an interesting part and requires us to understand what a safety instrumented system is within the context of industrial operations generally and petrochemical facilities specifically. Because safety systems, while they don't ensure that nothing bad ever does happen, a safety instrumented system typically acts as sort of an emergency control system in parallel to the basic or operator controlled environment, such that in the event of a hazardous or dangerous set of conditions within the plant environment, that automated controls are put into place to ensure a easier or less physically disruptive recovery of the plant environment to minimize damage, disruption, and facilitate recovery. Now, there are certainly additional safeguards within plant environments, from blowout valves and pressure release valves and other sorts of items that act as engineering layers of safety control, but these start getting into more difficult circumstances for recovery and may have potentially hazardous conditions of themselves, like if you're venting product or even high pressure, high temperature steam in order to reduce pressure in an environment, that could lead to physically hazardous conditions. So while just because you remove the safety layer doesn't mean that you're setting up a plant for absolute tremendous levels of destruction, it still makes for a very hazardous environment where potentially nasty things can take place. If we start looking at Triton Trisis, it becomes important to note that the intrusion itself wasn't just focused on the safety layer, but in talking with the incident responders who worked on the event, the compromise took place through both the safety layer as well as within the plant distributed control system environment. Using those compromises in parallel, a modification of safety settings means that you can have a manipulation on the DCS side that could cause a hazardous condition and then allow it to propagate through the safety layer in order to produce a hazardous effect within the environment in question. And this combined intrusion and the interdependency between the two requires some understanding and knowledge of how these different items interact with each other and what sort of changes or what sort of actions you can take that would allow for a cyber action to propagate into actual physical disruption as opposed to merely a plant denial of service. Because what's interesting about this is that Triton Trisis, kind of like the 2016 event, didn't work, at least not as the attackers intended. So whereas it looks like the intended attack was to modify the SIS to eliminate the safety layer, then leverage compromise of the DCS in order to produce a dangerous state that would then propagate beyond the safety layer to cause physical process disruption, instead at the time of installation of the Trisis malware, which happened not just once, but twice, at least twice within the environment, that a error or something else within how the malware was put together caused the safety system to trip. And as a result, the plant shut down, which is still very disruptive and not a nice thing and cost a lot of money, but doesn't result in the sort of damage that would have happened had this attack actually worked as it looked like it was designed or intended to be carried out. So again, attackers are getting smarter in terms of knowing what sort of things to look for within industrial environments to sort of maximize damage, but still showing that they have a ways to go before being able to do so successfully or at least on a consistent basis. Which brings us to something very interesting and a little bit more blunt than some of the cyber operations we've been talking about so far. Now, in September of 2019, there was a very interesting event that took place in Saudi Arabia, again, Saudi Arabia, where there was a drone and missile strike on two facilities in Saudi Arabia, the petrochemical facility at Abqaiq and the oil production facilities at the Kurias field within the country. So certainly very alarming, very concerning, but what the hell does this have to do with cyber and why are you bringing this up, Joe? Well, the reason is that, for one, this represents the continuation of a series of events, both cyber and physical, against Saudi oil infrastructure, from the Shamud events to multiple physical disruptive and similar drone strikes, both on cross-country pipeline operations as well as oil and gas production facilities. But what makes the September 2019 incident especially interesting is that it was very focused on a specific aspect of Saudi oil and gas operations that show a level of knowledge about how the Saudi oil and gas sector works, and going back to the idea of process-specific understanding and targeting. Because when we look at Abqaiq, it is the world's largest oil processing and crude stabilization facility. Essentially, Abqaiq serves as the linchpin for the entire for the majority of Saudi oil production in sweetening otherwise sour crude so that it is easier to sell and more acceptable to world markets. Essentially, if you take out the Abqaiq facility or its ability to operate, the ability for Saudi Arabia to produce oil that the market desires becomes severely degraded and thus producing significant economic disruption as a result of physical disruption. Because looking at the sweetening operations or the desulfurization of removal of sulfur from crude oil, it's a very complex chemical operation that requires a significant investment in equipment, fairly large physical footprint for plant operations, and as a result, something that represents a fairly big target. And it's been one that's been targeted, at least in the context of ABCake, several times previously, but through rather blunt measures such as car bombs and other operations. Whereas the 2019 strike showed a very specific targeting, because if we look at after action reports of the damage, we see that a lot of the primary focus of the attack wasn't on things like oil storage facilities or pumping and transportation infrastructure, but rather on the vessels and cracking facilities required to perform the hydrodesulfurization of crude oil to make it acceptable and for the market or able to export it. So again, a very focused attack on a very specific aspect of the Saudi oil industry that shows an understanding of a critical process node or path dependency within Saudi oil operations that could allow for a significantly magnified impact as a result of just attacking one physical component of Saudi oil and gas infrastructure. So targeting hydrodesulfurization facilities would significantly limit Saudi ability to export oil to market. And it did for a while, and there was significant effort placed into trying to restore these operations as rapidly as possible to try and recover. But as a result, the attacker was able to maximize a fairly limited strike by making sure they targeted just the right facilities in order to cause a magnified impact far out of scope, or at least seemingly out of scope, or at least beyond the immediate impacts of just physical process disruption. So understanding how these things tie together enables for a much more powerful, much more impactful attack than just simply lobbing bombs into the ABCake facility and hoping for the best. So where does that take us? Well, it shows that attackers are starting to get a little bit smarter in what they're shooting for when it comes to trying to disrupt industrial environments, whether that comes through cyber operations like we saw in the 2016 Ukraine event and the 2017 Saudi event, as well as through physical operations such as the ABCake drone and missile strike. Because what we're seeing is that adversaries are learning about how these operations work, and that increased knowledge yields an understanding of functional dependencies within these environments that allows for adversaries to engage in focused targeting so that they can increase the effectiveness and the disruptive capability of strikes, no matter how they happen to be executed within plant environments. And we're looking at these focus points on the three items that we covered in the examples today: on process protection, the ability to make sure that industrial environments remain in a fashion that avoids physical damage and disruption to the equipment in question; process safety, to make sure that equipment is not able to, or at least has sufficient safeguards in place so as not to risk the safety or effectiveness of equipment or potentially causing harm to personnel within the plant environment; as well as process dependencies, looking at how critical a single facility like ABCake would be to the overall export of petroleum products for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And the risks of this and the implications are that attackers, by being able to focus on specific aspects of industrial operations, open up very interesting avenues for what kind of damage they can cause. Everything from making sure they could cause more focused and potentially longer lasting process disruption, thus increasing downtime, towards in scarier items like a potential loss of life scenario, which may have manifested had Trisis actually worked out as it was intended, or physical damage which was the likely intention in the 2016 Ukraine event. So looking at this, we're seeing adversaries evolve over time from rather blunt and somewhat simplistic attacks like IT-based wipers, such as the Shamoon events and some other incidents where just deploy something that worms through the network and it causes as much disruption as you can in a fairly untargeted and widespread fashion. Then getting into more untargeted disruption, just trying to disconnect processes and inhibit control, something like we saw with the 2015 Ukraine event, and then getting into more advanced and more specific targeting, such as the focus on protective relays in 2016, the focus on safety systems in 2017, or the focus on hydrodesulfurization operations in the 2019 kinetic strike. What we do about this is an open question, though, because when we look at defense in a classical sense, we usually think of throwing up walls and trying to keep adversaries out. And while this is not necessarily a bad thing, and we certainly want to keep adversaries out, this is a very limited view and not necessarily helpful in trying to really adapt with how adversaries are shifting when it comes to trying to impact industrial environments. Because looking at industrial environments, we have the combination of not just IT-based or IT-like equipment, which is amenable to IT-like controls, but also combined with that, the physical process environment, both in terms of what the environment is designed to do, as well as the implications of undesired or unintentional modifications to that environment that can cause disruption and potentially even damage. So instead, we need to have process-aware defense as part of ICS operations, where traditional IT-centric defense certainly forms a major plank of what we're trying to do, because we have lots of information systems that now reside within industrial environments. But we want to combine this with process-specific monitoring and analysis so that we can marry a logical view of the environment along with a physics-centric or process-centric view of just what's going on within the plant environment, so that we can ascertain things such as the status of process protection, process safety, or how different items of the overall process environment are interacting, and what our IT visibility may indicate certain entities are trying to do within that environment. But also, we want to make sure that we're investing in resilience and recovery. This is always an uncomfortable topic because it implies that bad things have already happened. But if we look at events like the 2016 and 2017 events, we need to make sure as ICS defenders and ICS operators that we have the capability of not only identifying what changes have taken place within the operating environment, such as the removal of process protection and process safety, but also have a way of ascertaining what those changes were and how to restore or recover from those changes, so that we're not just restoring availability in the sense of bringing processes back online, but also making sure that we're maintaining process integrity and that operations are restored to a known good and known safe state in order to make sure that we're not endangering operations or the personnel within that plant environment. And a key to doing this is making sure that we're improving visibility into industrial environments. So while we already see process data captured for operations purposes, we have data historians that do this job already, but we need to combine that with improved host and network visibility, much like what we've seen over the past 5 years in enterprise IT environments, to combine data sets to develop a full scope ICS aware visibility of both the IT and ICS specific aspects of an operating environment, to truly understand and track what is going on within the control system environment, both for a defensive perspective, as well as to just understand purely what's going on should we have a malicious insider or other entity begin making changes to the environment that could have significant or harmful repercussions. And then finally, we need to make sure that we're including planning for response and resilience. That means adapting or modifying the existing contingency planning that exists from an engineering perspective to incorporate cyber, not just in the the ability to restore operations, but also, do you have the tools and the capability to perform root cause analysis to see that a modification or an attempted modification was made to a safety system, or the denial of service condition on the SuperTech protective relay. And this also involves a focus of effort on those critical path nodes that allows us to better allocate or smartly allocate resources on those sort of crown jewel processes around which the entire operation revolves around, so that we make sure that we're taking care of the most important assets in our environment. And as a result of all of this, we should be able to allocate resources in such a fashion to facilitate rapid critical resource restoration in an incident, to not just minimize downtime, but to make sure we're again restoring to a known good, known safe state, instead of just blindly bringing operations back up and hoping for the best. Ultimately, we're really looking to try and build out a robust defense in depth, where we're covering things certainly at the IT layer, but also bringing things into a multi-layered understanding, visualization, and visibility into control system environments to track not just items like opportunistic ransomware or IT wipers, but also getting into process-specific targeting and modifications that could lead to far more serious effects, and building that all into an industrial-focused and industrial-aware security program. So with that, I'm right at time. I believe these slides will be posted somewhere. There's just a selection of resources, both things that I've written as well as from peers from ESET and FireEye and some of the events that we talked about today. But if we have some time, I can answer questions. I don't know if how big of a cushion we were leaving between talks. Well, I hope this was interesting. Certainly feel free to reach out to me, email, Twitter, whatever works for you, as I'm always happy to discuss this and related items, because I think it's quite fascinating, especially as we start looking into the more strategic and operations focused aspects of cyber events within industrial environments. It certainly is a lot more interesting than some of the things we see in IT environments, I think, but I'm a little biased there. But yeah, I don't know, Bryson, if you've got anything for me or anyone else.
No, I think you're good. Thank you.
Stop the share and I will let the program move on. I'll be hanging around within the Discord and elsewhere if anyone has thoughts that came up after the fact, but otherwise I hope everyone enjoys the ICS Village, as I know I always do. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Dor Yardeni. I'm the head of incident response and hunting at Otorio. I've previously served as a CERT team leader in the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces. I managed threat hunting operations and also dealt with targeted cyber threats on big organizations. I also bring hacking knowledge from my experience as a red team researcher. So I hope you will enjoy this session. The mutual effort together with OSI Soft and Mike was really cool.
Thanks, Dor. And this is Mike Lemley. I work at OSI Soft. We were in response to the wonderful research that Dor presented to us on the vulnerability discovered in our product. I've been at OSI Soft since 1999. I focused primarily in software development. And then about 7 years, I started focusing on cybersecurity and now work as part of our central architecture team. I'm hoping to improve the cybersecurity practices of our development at OSI Soft.
Thanks, Mike. So let's start with a quick story, and at the end of it, you'll get my point. So 2 weeks ago, a shift leader at a chemical plant received an alert from the data management platform like the one of OSI Soft, PyServer. The alert reported about a boiler that exceeded from its threshold temperature. The shift leader was really nervous. And in addition to that, databases of all historical plant data and their backups were deleted, which means they had no access to Industry 4.0 analytics, like people like to say. The plant was shut down due to this abnormal activity. The concern was physical damage and human loss. The shutdown caused a loss of significant production time, which means a lot of money. So why am I telling you this story? I'm telling you this because it's not a nightmare. It's not a fairy tale story. When you base your decisions on the data management platform, especially while it's been manipulated, you are technically blind. You are blind from your operational environment. So we have two core goals that we want to achieve from this session. The first one is to raise awareness about the implications of industrial-oriented vulnerability, where each vulnerability is a serious threat to our sensitive environment. And it's not only ICS vulnerability, it could be also IT vulnerabilities that somehow affect directly on our production flow. That the second goal is to showcase how the discovery of one vulnerability can help other vendors. Mike will talk about the way things proceeded after we identified the vulnerability in their product.
I'm going to talk a little bit about what the Pi system is from OSI Soft. We start off with our core customers. So these 6 areas of business are where most of our customers industry. And the company OSI Soft has been around for about 40 years. We have customers in 140 different countries. And this world map gives you an indication of where we have support offices to help our customers. This reference architecture explains how a lot of our. Now, what we want is we want to reduce the amount of people that have access within the critical system. And the OSI Soft Pi system infrastructure allows them to do that by pulling the data that is needed for analysis and business decisions out of the critical system so that those people don't need to have access there so they can, in order to do their job. Next. This additional data reference architecture also represents how the Pi system is used. Now, the Pi server inside of the control center is used to extract the data from the control center using hundreds of different protocols based on the different types of equipment there. data is then sent over to the corporate access or corporate network zone, where it is then used by those employees in order to do their analysis. Now, the target for this particular incident is within the Vision server, and that is where the API server exists that is being used and attacked by this particular incident, which is a cross-site scripting vulnerability. Next, please.
Okay, so before I deep dive into the details of the vulnerability, suppose you ask yourself why we even started looking at PyServer. And the answer is that we had to put some effort into product tasks. We had to integrate OSI soft platform, the PyServer, into our security orchestration and response platform. But as a curious researcher, I decided to test the asset framework of the PyServer on XSS. It was very late at night, surrealistic as it sounds. I thought again their web API parsing mechanism in order to inject JavaScript code into client browsers. And in the end, I succeeded, and we are here. So here is a screenshot from the asset framework. On the left, we have a simple plant, tutorial plant with boiler and tank. Each element has attributes. For example, the boiler has attribute of temperature, and the tank has an attribute of volume. And element 1 is the child element only for my tests. On the right, you can see the description field, the vulnerable field, with encoded base64 JavaScript. In order to bypass the web API parsing mechanism, you have to insert some magic characters at the beginning of it. Once an attacker managed to do so, he or she can run JavaScript code on client browser for phishing, keylogin, etc. Okay, so here is a possible scenario for this attack. First, an attacker is stealing low privileges credentials inside the network. After that, the attacker is injecting the malicious JavaScript to the vulnerable field that we saw in the previous slide. Then a victim, for example, an innocent engineer, is accessing the web infected page. And then a fake login form is prompting for username and password, and also in parallel, changing the notification rule template on behalf of the engineer high privileges credentials. At the end of it, the attacker receiving the victim credentials and also causing temperature false positive alert. Okay, so let's see it in action. On the right is the server of the attacker. Listen on port 8080 for the stolen credentials. On the left, the victim browser. Once the victim passes the cursor over the infected field, the description field, the fake login form is prompting for username and password. The victim is inserting the PyAdmin password. And once the victim submits the credentials, the attacker gets the stolen credentials on the right, PyAdmin and the strong password. So from here, it's pretty much game over. And in the same method, in the same technique, I could also add a JavaScript code to change the notification rule template in order to change the rule and to cause false positive alert of high temperature. Okay, so this screenshot was taken from US site. The vulnerability has got rank of 7.7. OSI Soft also added us in their all of thanks list here in the bottom, Doyer Dani and Eliad Mualem. And I suppose you ask yourself how to avoid this kind of attacks. So the answer is patching. OSI Soft released a patch for the vulnerability very, very quickly, but we have to do a lot more proactive actions, such as threat hunting operations on our sensitive environment to harden firewall rules, and also to get visibility into our assets and their version in order to perform vulnerability management, etc. But that's for another talk.
Now I'll talk about the lessons that OSI Soft learned from this incident and how we responded. Now, to start off with, I'm going to talk a little bit about our security development lifecycle process at OSI Soft, and that'll define how we responded. So we at OSI Soft establish several different security best practices, and then we do is we measure the adoption by our around 40 development teams to apply those security best practices in their development. Now, why do we measure? I constantly say, what good are best practices if you don't measure to see how well you are adopting them? But in addition to that, it really helps teams plan. When you go through the process of identifying measurements for the best practices, it forces you to identify milestones, and those milestones are very useful for the teams to plan against and plan their development activities. And the other thing that it does is it forces you to organize and prioritize all these best practices, and that also helps the teams identify how to best move forward. Now, looking at our SDL process, focused entirely on cross-site scripting, that allowed us to see where we could improve our process. So we have education of defensive programming. We also have various tools that we use, and the vendors that we use for these various tools are listed on the right side, along with some of the security researchers we engage with. So as I said, we have various security tools we use. There's static analysis, software component analysis, which actually helps us find cross-site scripting vulnerabilities in components that we consume, open source products. We have the various security headers that we encourage use of, as well as the external reviews and incident response, which was very key in how we handled this issue that came to us from Otario. Now, in looking at those processes, we defined there were some areas we thought we could improve or add on to. So the first one is an internal security tech talk. We do tech talks weekly at OSI Soft. Every third week, they are focused on security. And we did a tech talk specifically on this incident, so we could share the lessons learned from this with the other of the 40 teams at OSI Soft. We also looked at how we use the static application security testing tool and identified some process improvements for our use of that tool. And the last is we decided to get much more aggressive on the adoption of content security policy at OSI Soft. Now, I did say that we do measure our best practices, and I just wanted to give you a sense of what some of the measurements are that we use associated with just our cross-site scripting defenses at OSI Soft in the best practice areas I defined. Next, please. Now, we didn't do any process improvements on our DAST tool, and I'm going to talk briefly about that. Now, the DAST tool that we use is from Qualys, and for those of you who don't remember what a DAS tool is, it's basically, it's run as a your application is up and running, and then the DAS tool will send dynamic tests at your web server, typically OWASP top 10 attacks, and see whether or not your web server has the appropriate implementations in place to protect against it. Now, in this particular cross-site scripting issue, as Dora explained, it was a stored cross-site scripting attack. But in looking at the tools, it's more of a DOM cross-site scripting vulnerability with use of insecure use of inner HTML. Now, our DAS tool, Qualys, is very good when the source of the inner HTML parsing, the bad package, is from a document URL, cookies, or referrer header, but it doesn't really handle well when the source is from an HTML document. So we decided not to focus there. Next. Now, our static application security testing tool is from Synopsys. And if you look at the bottom right as a reminder for what SaaS tools do, they analyze your code. So they're looking directly at your code, look at call stacks, how functions are reached, and identify insecure call paths or insecure calling sequences. So we felt that was the best tool. It should identify where inner HTML is used and should be able to flag insecure uses of it. So what went wrong with this? We identified that there was a tool compatibility problem with the NuGet package that we used. It's a Razor engine, and our tool Synopsys did not work well with it. It does work very well with the Razor analysis built into ASP.NET. So consequent to this problem, our scanning for this particular project missed all JavaScript and CSHTML. So the process improvements we identified is we need to be able to do some central evaluation of the SaaS configurations. And we're working with Synopsys on how to best move that idea forward. The other thing we're going to do is for this one particular development team, we're going to move them to using the ASP.NET MVC Razor engine instead. And then we're also considering increasing the sensitivity to completely disallow the use of inner HTML. We're not sure exactly how this is going to play out, but inner HTML is definitely not something we want to use. So we're either going to be heavily scrutinizing the use of inner HTML or completely disallow it. So we're still working that one out. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to switch context and talk a little bit about content security policy. And just to give you a why behind that, I'm focusing on jQuery. Now, over the last couple of years, jQuery has released several different vulnerabilities. These all on this chart are the cross-site scripting vulnerability. And as you can see with the overlay that was just added, they all fall in the high range for CVSS scoring, which means you have to take these particular vulnerabilities very seriously. Cross-site scripting in general does tend to fall into the high vulnerability area. And dealing with all of these different patch updates from this open source does present challenges to vendors which consume open source and components under the scrutiny of security research. Next, please. Now, content security policy, just to explain how it works. The web server will send down HTML and JavaScript content to your browser, and now your browser is theoretically susceptible to some sort of JavaScript injection via a cross-site scripting payload, which has been architected by the attacker. Now, by adding content security policy from the same web server, you can now inform the browser of the allowed list, where JavaScript is allowed to come from. So now the browser has the ability to identify that, hey, this cross-site scripting payload is not on my allowed list. I'm not going to allow it to execute. And I also added the CDN, Content Delivery Network. So just to let you know that the content security policies allow list does incorporate more than just the web server that it came from. So there's lots of flexibility there. Next slide, please. Now, we strongly believe that content security policy has reached the point where it is extremely mature. The major browsers all have implementations for it. So we think that the industry is in a good place where we can start demanding the use of content security policy in the products that we consume. Now, a question I often get, can you go back, i.e. Internet Explorer, can you go back one door, I'm sorry. The Internet Explorer, I just want to talk about that one briefly. Is Internet Explorer, I get this question a lot, it doesn't support a content security policy, is that a problem? And this will not stop Internet Explorer from working. So you don't have to tell customers they can't use Internet Explorer anymore. But what we are taking the position of is that we want to inform our customers that you should be using modern browsers for their security benefit. One issue and one protection is content security policy. Next slide, please. Now, I talked about having measurements for our best practices, and this is one of the ways that we do it. We've identified poor, better, and best practices for our development teams and came up with ways for them to measure their adoption against that. So the poor practice would be using unsafe inline and unsafe eval. The next better practice would be, if you do have inline JavaScript, to provide nonces or hashes for it. But the best practice is to remove all those inline JavaScript and eval statements and report any failure, give the browser an endpoint to report any occurrences of defenses or blocks that it had to execute to a central reporting location so that those issues can be investigated and fixed. Next, please. And just to give you a general sense of how we do this measurement within OSIsoft, all the measurements we've identified from the best practices have response options. They're all given scores. So you get a score, a scale from 0 to 10 for all of them. And they can all be combined, and you can look at collectively how teams are doing it in response to adoption of these best practices. But in addition to this, we decided to not only revamp the responses in order to encourage better adoption, but we decided also to take the step of making this required for releases going out by the end of this year. Next slide, please. Now, focusing on the key takeaways, the things that I covered. The first one was security tools. Using security tools is not enough. You really have to evaluate how you're using them, in our case, for better code coverage. The next one is content security policy. We believe the industry is mature enough that content security policy is in a place that this should become an ICS standard practice, we believe. It gives you a strong second level of defense. Like with a lot of open source components out there, I mean, most of us consume open source, and when the vulnerabilities are discovered in those open source, the public disclosure happens to the public at the same time it happens to us. We know about the vulnerability at the same time everyone else does. So there is limited time that we have to patch and get the protections in place. But by having that second level of defense, content security policy there, it gives us more time to get the patches in place correctly. And the last thing, engaging with companies like Atario and Door is very, very successful in moving security forward for our products. And it's been a great experience working with them for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mike. The mutual efforts was really cool, and we very enjoyed this research.
Hi, thank you for attending our talk. I wish we were able to see you in person and hope that in the next year the things will get back to normal. As you can see from the title, the topic is very important because the internet, the biggest storage of all your funny pictures and memes, runs on electricity. And we are here to talk about internals of power generation automations, about vulnerabilities that we were able to find, and about what you can do about that. We are security consultants who have been working with different industrial solutions for many years. Actually, we have been doing it for so long that we have a long list of contact information of different system integrators and industrial vendors. So when an asset owner, for instance, a power plant, comes to us and asks for a service, we don't just give them information about vulnerabilities that we found. We closely work with all involved entities, including the vendor, to find together safe and reliable fixes and workarounds. We work at Kaspersky, and this research is a result of a teamwork, not just of the three of us, but also of Gleb Gritsai, Sergey Andreev, and Sergey Sidorov. Everything that we are going to discuss today was reported to the respective vendor. I'm talking about Siemens a long time ago, but actually this is not one vendor problem. You can find similar issues in systems of other vendors as well. We are going to talk about real vulnerabilities in real power plants out there, and at the first glance it may seem irresponsible. But if you think about it, for good guys to do such research, it's a challenge. You would need to have relevant experience. You will need to have a lot of time, and of course, you will need access to the industrial environment. So there is no walk-ins welcome sign on power plants doors, right? So for good guys, for penetration testers, for auditors, for power plant operators, it's challenging to get access to all of the things together. On the other hand, for bad guys, for those bad guys who would be willing and able to attack a power plant, it's their daily job to do such research. They have significant investments, they have a lot of time, but they keep their vulnerabilities to themselves for their malicious purposes. So we assume that those guys already have all this information, and from our side, we would like to share this information with good guys, with you, so you would be able to act upon this. Power plants is the main source of electricity on our planet, and thanks to carbon monitoring, anyone with internet access can get information about where different power plants located on the world map, what fuel they use, and which is their capacity. The heart of every power plant is a turbine. We don't have a picture of a turbine here, but if you ever saw a modern airplane, I believe you also saw a turbine. This is a giant rotating thing generating electricity. And on power plants, they look and work quite similarly. And turbine manufacturers are generous enough to share information where the turbines are used. Here, for example, a screenshot from Siemens website. Turbines are used not only on power plants, they're used in many different areas like chemical or oil and gas and many others. But if you correlate this picture with the previous one, you will be able to understand a solution from which vendor is used on a particular power plant. In addition to that, online you can find a lot of information about what solutions are used in certain power plants, in different press releases, marketing materials. You can find a lot of interesting information about software, hardware version, generations of different systems. Sometimes you can even find building plans. Here, just a small example. Okay, Google, show me some power plants of California. Here are just a few power plants of California, and they have one more thing in common. They use the same plant control system, SPPAT 3000 from Siemens. This is exactly the system that we are going to discuss today. But before we move on to power plant generation, automation, let's talk a little bit about power generation process in general, what we are going to automate. Here and throughout the presentation, we will be intentionally oversimplifying a lot of things, partially to make them more suitable for the audience, and partially because, to be honest, we don't fully understand them ourselves. So let's go from right to left. At first, you will need some fuel. Here is coal, for example. You put fuel into a combustion chamber, put it on fire, and it generates pressure to rotate a turbine. The turbine is connected to an electricity generator through a shaft. So when it's rotating, the generator starts generating the electricity. But it's important to mention that electricity doesn't go straight to your house or a city. At first, it goes to a special place called power grid. Power grid knows information about market demands. It receives energy from different power plants. And this is power grid who distributes electricity to consumers. During the burning process in the combustion chamber, you can have a lot of excessive heat, so-called waste heat. And there are different ways how to approach it. You can release it to the air through a condensing tower, or you can reuse it, do recuperation. For example, warm water and send the steam to a turbine to generate more electricity. Systems that are used to automate this process are called distributed control systems, or DCS. They are designed to make life of power plant operators much easier. They allow you to conveniently start and stop the power generation process. They allow to control the amount of electricity you want to generate. You just enter there the amount in megawatts that you want to have in the output. And they allow you to monitor everything. These systems are literally very powerful. They are connected through PLCs. They're connected to many parts of the plant, including the turbine, and they control such interesting things as the amount of fuel, the temperature of the combustion chamber, the rotation speed of the turbine, and even control the turbine not to go into different dangerous modes. Obviously, it's not a small piece of software that you just install on a server and it magically works. It's a very sophisticated system consisting of different hardware, software, PLCs, input-output modules, the turbine itself, and a lot of things. And often starting to create such a system starts even from building construction. So someone comes to a vendor and says, we have an empty field, please build us a power plant. And there are many vendors who do this, but today we will be talking about Siemens. The DCS from Siemens that we analyzed is called SPPAT 3000. Just like other DCSs, it consists of many different industrial components, PLCs, OPC, different servers, HMI, a lot of things. And it may have very different architecture depending on the site. But there will be two components that are unique for SPPAT 3000. They are called application server and automation server. And this is how we will structure our talk. First, we will talk about application server, then we will move on to automation server, and then we will move on to conclusions. In different manuals and documentation from Siemens, you will see how the system should be built in a perfect world. For example, they will say that the application network where application server is located should never be connected to any external networks, and how everything should be designed. However, also we again here very oversimplifying everything. In reality, in real power plants, you will need a lot of interconnections to other systems. For example, you will need a sensor network to monitor different vibrations inside the turbine. You will need a demilitarized zone because you will need to get some kind of remote support from the vendor. You will need to get updates for your operating systems, for antivirus, and so on. You will need to push out OPC traffic to your corporate network or to a regulator, because this area is very strictly regulated. So on practice, you will need a lot of interconnections. The life of our vulnerabilities started almost 2 years ago. Back in November 2018, we reported a bunch of vulnerabilities to Siemens. And about a year later, Siemens published an advisory containing information about how to approach these vulnerabilities, and also a set of other vulnerabilities that were reported by other vendors, other teams. And that's great that this area receives a lot of attention from security researchers. But also about a year passed. It doesn't mean that during this year Siemens didn't do anything. The thing is, SPPTA 3000 is an exclusively supported system. It means that a system integrator for this is Siemens themselves. So soon after we reported these vulnerabilities, Siemens started to roll out patches and working directly with their clients to fix everything. So December is just when this information became public. We don't have a lot of time to discuss in detail what kind of attacker, what can do with the system. I will just highlight that CVSS scores given here obviously do not represent how critical these vulnerabilities for real power generation process. They're just individual scores for vulnerabilities in the vacuum. To better understand what kind of attacker can do what, you can take a look at our threat model that is published in our white paper. Let's start with application server. Application server is a logical core of the entire system. Everything has connections to application servers in the logical sense. If anything needs to connect to the network, it will end up in application server. Other servers start their work from downloading software from application server and launching it. So this is the heart of the system. And what can possibly go wrong if you open over 40 ports there? This is, for an attacker, this is a huge attack surface. If they are lucky to get into their respective network, they can choose what they want to attack. Do they want to attack Windows operating system, because this is simply a Windows server? Do they want to attack third-party components? Or they want to attack own SPPT 3000 services, which are based on Java? Also, we hope that these vulnerabilities are already fixed. In industrial environment, usually you don't update your systems very often. Usually it's about half of a year or several months between major updates of operating system. So it's always possible to find a time window with remotely exploitable vulnerabilities in Windows operating system. Configurations also could be better. You can find some statistics for security benchmarks on the right-hand side. But one of the biggest problems is actually passwords. The life of passwords has 3 stages. At first, passwords were the same for all power plants. They were default and the same everywhere, and you can find them online. Obviously, this screenshot were not from information published from Siemens. Some power plant operators decided that it would be a good idea to share passwords and a lot of other technical information with the internet. But they're available online, and we also have a word list in our white paper. Around 2014, 2015, Siemens started to generate different passwords for different locations. However, the process of changing them was challenging. You would have to be familiar with the process to change the passwords by yourself. And only in the last year, in 2019, the process became easier, and now you can do it yourself much easier. Now, please welcome Radu, who will tell you about vulnerabilities in Java.
Hello, everyone. Let's look how SPPA software works on application server side. Operator can communicate with system through thin or fat client. In case of thin client, it uses Java plate of Internet Explorer and communicates with server over HTTPS. So it can be outside of application network, and its communication can be constrained by firewall. In opposite, in case of fat client, operator should belong to application network, and fat client directly communicates with RMI registry to found RMI services, and after that directly communicates with these services. Illustration of SPPA architecture was kindly provided by system through public URL, so not to be messed, let's divide it into spaces. In red zone, there are items that process HTTPS requests, and in green zone, there are RMI services. RMI service looks like network services which are served on dynamic TCP ports. SPPA consists of containers. All types of containers are represented on these illustrations, and containers has self-explanatory names. So before we go deep inside internals of SPPA, let me introduce some tools which used in this research. First of all jars files of SPPA are obfuscated with commercial product, but this security measure can simply be bypassed by public available tool. Secondly, sometimes it is useful to see how legit software communicates with server. It helps to understand architecture and to see client workflow. In case of SPPA, RMI dissector was written. It represents raw TCP streams and in human readable format. Inside, it used read object method of SDK. It is known that this method is suffer from insector deserialization vulnerability, so be sure not to be exploited through remote pickup. The first pillar of SPPA is Apache Web Server. According to its configuration, folder Orion software config can be accessed by an authorized user, but in fact, this folder contains some critical information about application and about items of application and automation network. Also, configuration of Orion web application in Tomcat also can be accessed. Tomcat, there are 3 web applications registered in Tomcat. There are remote diagnostic service, manager, and Orion. According configurations of Apache and Tomcat, all these applications can be accessed by an authorized user. And inside Orion web application, there are servlets which can be accessed. All of them are listed in configuration web.xml, and the list is huge. Some of servlets has attractive names for attacker. For example, browserlet. It allows an authorized user perform directory listing on arbitrary folder. But in case of exploitation, another servlet is more useful. File upload. Servlet allows an authorized user perform file upload and folder. And a folder is fully controlled by parameters base dir and target name of HTTP request. This vulnerability can simply be bypassed to remote code execution. For example, attacker can can corrupt some startup scripts of SPPA or simply inject JSP shell in a Tomcat web application and get remote code execution with system rights. Also, there are servlets which has a service factory in its name. This servlet redirects HTTP requests to RMI services. Inside, it use parameter service URL of HTTP to identify RMI service, which will be called, and serialized object in a data section of HTTP request contains information about method and arguments which will be called. So there are situations when a thin client and fan client can communicate with RMI services, but in case of fat client, in case of fat client, it can communicate with RMI registry. So if application server miss some important security updates of Java, then server contains insecure deserialization vulnerability, and public available tool YSO serial can allow exploit it and perform remote code execution with system rights on server. So the next task will be to identify all input vectors for attacker, and for this task we will try to list all RMI services in system. At first step, we will use a class locate registry of SDK and get a big list of RMI services. All but one are GMX RMI services, and I assume that they used to control and manage containers of SPPA. For further investigation, we will choose lookup service. In fact, it looks like a collection of next level RMI services, and using its public methods, we can get the reference to this next level RMI services. The next level RMI service should implement interface service factory. So it also looks like some collections of another next level RMI services, and using public method get service and parameters such as client ID and name of the service, the instance of next level RMI service will be created, and reference to it will be returned to client. And this next level RMI service is a server which perform real job of SPPA, but in fact it contains a lot of public methods which can be accessed by an authoritative user. So input vector of SPPA is very huge. The next question is to understand how authentication perform on a system. For this task, let's look how a client perform request to security service. To do this, first of all, client tried to get reference on security service with some client ID. In its turn, PC Service Factory use this client ID to get valid session in Session Manager. If Session Manager will fail, then exception will thrown and client request will be rejected. But in case of success, valid session ID will be returned to PC Service Factory, and in its turn, PC Service Factory create instance of security service where session ID will start in login ID, and a reference to this instance will be returned to client. Further, client can call some public methods of this service, and in its turn, these methods can perform some privileges checks of client. So we have two security measures of system, but there is a question: how client can perform login operation on system if he doesn't have any valid client ID? For this task, at startup of SWPA, session manager create anonymous session with client ID 0, and client used this client ID and perform login operation. But attacker can also use this and simply bypass this security measure. So to sum up, we have there are a lot of RMI services which has a lot of public methods, and permissions checks are fully delegated to this method. So it's really difficult to perform security management of this system. So we understand all input vectors and security measures. So it's time to find vulnerabilities. In the list of RMI services, there is admin service. It can be accessed by an authorized user, and its public method transcript doesn't have any privileges checks. In fact, inside it, first step, create instance of class loader using bytes from arguments. In fact, this step will load arbitrary Java class. This class should implement interface admin script and define method execute. This method will be called by a run script of RMI services. For this case, we create Java class which simply run OS command, and this OS command will be run with system rights. In fact, there is more powerful post-exploitation because we inject arbitrary Java class in around SPPS software. So we can use some Java reflection and patch some private variables of SPPA, and as a result, we can corrupt some technological process of SPPA. To bypass privilege checks in methods, we can use a second vulnerability. It's using RMI service session service and its public method get login sessions, attacker can get information about all logged user on the system. This information contains usernames, IP, and client ID of logged users. Attacker can reuse this, and if system if in this information there is a user with admin rights, then attacker can simply reuse his client ID and get the reference to security service with more privileged session. And after that, attacker can call public method get all users of security service, and as a result get all private information about all users on system. Moreover, password hashes also contains in this information. Both of these vulnerabilities can be accessed from either external or application network. All communications between RMI services are unencrypted, so username and password hashes are transferred in plain text. Moreover, system doesn't have any session protection mechanism. This fact is more critical in case of fat clients because of attacker can perform mid attack on the user of SPPA and get valid username and password hashes from the traffic of user, and after that simply reuse this username and password hashes, and perform login operation on the system. Moreover, attacker can also change the password of the user. I talk a lot about password hashes and users, so it's time to understand how these items are organized on the system. So, Alex, you're welcome.
Hello, everyone. Let's continue our discussion about application server. On the previous slide, you could see how remote authentication works. Now I'm going to tell you about how it's organized locally. After the system gets started, it begins to read the content of files users1.xml and pdate1.xm to get user list and their password hashes. User1 is a simple XML, while pdate1 has a slightly more complex structure. It's a gzip archive encoded in base 64. There is a Java serialization object in the gzip archive containing a specific XML. The field of this XML from pdate1 file are presented on the slide. They are used to calculate password hashes and check it during user authentication. At the bottom of the slide, you can see password check algorithm in pseudocode. The cryptographic scheme is a typical crypt hashing scheme like in your Unix and Linux machines. It has solved different number of iterations, and the only one thing which was added is hard-coded solved. The same for all users, which is concatenated to the password. The tool to extract password hashes and their parameters from pdate1 file has been developed. Its output is presented on the slide. The tool can be used during password auditing to check weak or dictionary passwords and their hash calculation parameters. The tool is available in our GitHub repository. Draw the line under application server analysis. As you have seen, attack surface is really huge and include Java remote sources, Tomcat applications, and a lot of other. Secondly, it's about remote connections. Whether SPPA has or has not remote connections according to vendor, system integrator, or someone else, you should check it. And the good starting point for this is application server, because OPC maintains remote operator. All of this thing will end up on application server. Thirdly, despite the fact that there is automation network between application server and field devices, an attacker can affect generation process from application server. These actions include to start stop generation, change power output, or just get information how power plant works. Of course, such ventilation will always be visible for operator, always monitoring technological process. So real attacker will also be required to change or modify data on operators' HMIs, but it's also possible with revealed security issues. That's all about application server. Now let's move on to another main component of SPPA infrastructure, automation server. Automation server, the main goal of the automation server is to execute real-time automation functions and tasks for power plant control. Depending on power plant project architecture and features, the role of the automation server can be different. We have distinguished three roles, and the first one is automation. There may be slight confusion because the term automation is used both for server and its role, but analyzing automation server configuration and publicly available information about it, we have found that whatever the role is, almost the same hardware and part of software are used. So we have decided to use this kind of role classification, which seems less confusing to us, but at the same time, it's slightly different from the vendor's one. Anyway, having an automation role means that the server is responsible for interaction with input-output modules, which control and monitor power plant equipment, such as turbines or electric generator. The second role is communication. This role is used to communicate with third-party systems. In other words, it's just a protocol converter. supporting such protocols as Modbus, IEC 101, 104, and some others. And the last role is migration. In this role, SOA is used to connect previous version of SPPA, such as SPPA T2000 or Teleperm ME. In automation role, automation server can be run both on Sematic S7 PLCs or industrial PCs. In case of other roles, it can be run only on industrial PC. Let's talk a little more about each role, and let's start with automation role based on PLC. PLCs are what directly control field devices, and access to them is game over for any security discussion. Any configuration changes and updates for PLC required to stop technological process. Therefore, these devices usually have security misconfiguration and firmware without security updates. Another common security issue for PLCs is using unsecure industrial protocols. In case of SPPA, they are Sematic S7 protocol and PLC data protocol. There is quite a lot of information about S7, but not so much about PLC data protocol. So we had to deal with it and analyze it ourselves. It's not a special protocol for SPPA. When you program your PLCs and you need to exchange some data between them in real time, you use this protocol. It's pretty simple, and maybe its description is available somewhere in the internet, but we couldn't find it, so just in case, show its structure here. It doesn't have any security mechanism, and the only obstacle while do man-in-the-middle attack to spoof data is a sequence number, which we can get from a packet and just fuzz incrementation. For protocol analysis, the Wireshark dissector has been developed and also available in our repository. During PLC security assessment, one of the main things which we check is unauthorized access to reading and writing the PLC memory. Availability of unauthorized access is determined by the position of mode selector of Sematic PLCs and some other configuration parameters. The matrix on the slide shows unsecure states for Sematic PLCs when unauthorized access is possible. The tool for gathering information from PLCs over the network and for its analysis has been developed by one of our colleagues and also available in our repository. Now let's talk about automation server based on industrial PC. The workflow of all roles in this case is quite similar to each other. When automation server is based on industrial PC, it's just a Linux box. During the start, it tries to download some additional files from application server. These files include jars, which represent runtime SPPA runtime containers, bar script, some configuration, protocol configuration files, and other. In order to execute downloaded jars, PTC Perk virtual machine is used. It's a real-time Java virtual machine widely spread in industrial and military areas. After that, running jars open RMI services or some of the extension. In case of migration server, Orion RPC services, which are extension of classic Java RMI services, are used, and you can see the listing on the slide. Automation server based on industrial PC has following security issues. Firstly, there is a possibility to spoof downloaded from application server files. These files are downloaded over HTTP, and there are no security mechanism like authentication or integrity check during this process. Secondly, it's about using default credentials, user CM admin with password CM. Thirdly, it's RMI services running on automation server. The research has found two vulnerabilities in Arion RPC services, which allow to perform sensitive data exposure and RCE. And the last group is vulnerabilities found in the software used to fulfill a migration role for connection previous version of SPPA. SPPA T2000, also known as TXP. All these vulnerabilities found in migration server software are related to different kinds of overflow, stack, heap, integer, and other. Actually, there are so many overflows here that this talk would be overflown by that if we started to describe all these vulnerabilities in details. A few words about RPC vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities have been found in runtime engineering service. This service has a method, a request runtime container, where the first argument defines an action to be executed. Using the action read file, it's possible to read any file from the system. Using write config file action, it's possible to write any file to any folder in the system. And for example, it can be jar file, which executes shell command from the command line. And then using the same request runtime container method, it's possible to execute this, this jar later. That's all about automation server. To sum up, automation server can be run on PLC or industrial PC. In case of PLC, it's a usual PLC with well-known security issues. In case of industrial PC, it's a Linux box which tries to download jars from application server and then execute them with PTC Perk virtual machine. An attacker can spoof downloaded files or just exploit revealed vulnerabilities in network services. So far, we haven't mentioned any network equipment used in distributed control systems. During the research, we saw a wide variety of network devices and network infrastructure. They include different kinds of switches, routers, firewalls, and more rare devices such as data diode, for example. We tried to summarize all this information and got common SPPA network topology scheme presented on the slide. We have shown in purple usual places for network devices, but it also should be mentioned that the same devices in the same places can be found in other distributed control systems from other vendors. Network devices in industrial network usually have a lot of security issues. The reason is these devices don't require any configuration and can be run out of the box. Therefore, the things like weak community strings in SNMP, weak credentials in HTTP, FTP, Telnet, and other services, firmware with publicly available exploits, and just security misconfiguration, all these things is common and typical for industrial network devices. Additionally, some industrial protocols, for example, such as Profinet DCP, can allow to get or set network configuration of these devices. In case of Profinet DCP, in case of Profinet DCP, it also can be very useful for device enumeration. And the last thing about industrial network devices is always remember that these devices with years of uptime can act unpredictably for completely legal and normal activities, such as browsing web page with statistic or login into Telnet. Here my part is over, and now Evgenia will sum up our speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. So the topic of power plants is huge, and the topic of DCS is huge. We just try to poke a couple of things here and there and show that to affect the power generation process, you don't have to go deep to the field level, to PLCs, but you can focus on higher logical levels like application server and automation server. What we do not talk about today is havoc or damage that you can cause by such attacks. Actually, that's because it's not that bad. If you already imagine a hacker in a hoodie who writes a couple of lines and after that the entire city goes into the darkness, it's not like that because it's power grid who is responsible for power distribution. It is not a power plant. So here we mostly talk about more local damage, like would it be possible to damage a turbine? Since a turbine is connected to a DCS through PLCs, and the turbine is a giant mechanical monster and it self-degrades by working, probably by putting it into different uncomfortable modes or quickly starting and stopping it. It would be possible to make it degrade even faster or even break it. We were not able to check it, unfortunately, or actually this is fortunately, we were not able to find a spare turbine on eBay. But we are making an educated guess that the damage is out there based on the system architecture. We wanted to make life of power plants a little bit easier, and we prepared a small do-it-your-own assessment guide that you can use to check your SPP 3000 system for vulnerabilities that we will discuss today. You just connect your laptop to a couple of places in the network, go through a simple checklist. You don't have to hire expensive security consultants for that. And after that, you can fix some parts yourself, or you can call your system integrators to discuss what to do further. Just any other industrial system, DCSs are not so good in terms of security. It could be better. And we recommend you to take a look at ISA IC 62443 set of standards to know what to do to improve security in terms of communicating with different entities, because in the industrial area, it's usually a challenge when you, for example, when a vendor is not interested to fixing something. So it describes in particular what kind of relationships you can build with regulators, with vendors, and other parties involved in industrial area. Of course, update your systems, change your passwords, improve your configurations according to the vendor security guidelines. We also recommend you to set up monitoring, since most servers are based on standard Windows and Linux boxes. You will not be able to detect different Java attacks, but at least you will be able to detect some parts of attacks. And again, this is more about DCS and industrial security in general, rather than by one system by a single vendor. We released a lot of information. We released a white paper, different tools that we mentioned today. I recommend you to take a look at our GitHub page to find all of that. And we would like to thank Siemens Product Cert, who made all the communications very effective. They were very responsive. They allowed us to contact Siemens product team. And of course, they released the patch. Take a look at the advisory, and Siemens always tries to raise awareness of their users, how to better build such systems, what are better configurations. But they also highlight that it's not the vendor who is solely responsible for security of an industrial environment. There are a lot of things that power plant operators can and must do themselves. So please follow their guidelines for that. That's all for our talk. Thank you very much for your attention, and we will be glad to answer any questions.
So hi everybody, good afternoon and welcome to this talk in the ICS Village here at DefCon, or there in DefCon. This talk is the journey of ICS project files from visibility to forensics and exploitation. And I will explain what this means and what we'll talk about in a minute, but first, who I am. My name is Nadav, I'm the head of the research team at Clarity. Just a bit of background, Clarity is an ICS cybersecurity company. What we do is protect ICS networks. And this protection is usually based on a deep understanding of the protocols and the assets that exist in such a network. And the job of the research team at Clarity is to do just that, is to investigate different ICS devices, different ICS protocols to understand what a proper behavior is, what something that's a bit different that might be dangerous would look like. And based on this understanding, to improve the protection of the networks that we protect. I think that's the main agenda of the Clarity research team. But not only do we understand how the protocols work, we also usually use this understanding of OT networks and OT environments and leverage it to vulnerability research. So the team basically also plays with the PLCs, plays with the OT software to try and find vulnerabilities. And as you can see here in the picture in the slide, that's our lab. That's what we call our playground. And basically what we do is we come in the morning and we start playing with PLCs, or basically now in COVID-19 times, we stay at home in the morning and start playing with PLCs. We've actually had to install internet-based switches so that we can power cycle some of the PLCs from away if we did anything that caused them to fault for some reason. And obviously when we find these vulnerabilities, we will report to vendors. We will have the vendors issue patches and advisories to obviously to our customers and to the public at all. So that's basically my job. My job is to play with PLCs and try to find interesting points security-wise in these PLCs. And here, let's talk about what we're going to say today. So basically, the agenda is ICS project files. The good of them, what are these project files? What do I mean when I say an ICS project file? And what information it may contain and how it may be used for the good. The bad side is, once we've done that and we've understood how these project files work, how they look, we will also try to understand why they may be vulnerable. They may pose some risk to the engineer's computer. And lastly, the ugly would be, I would try to convince you that not only these vulnerabilities exist, but they're not only theoretical vulnerabilities, they may be used by an attacker to infect an engineer. So basically, the flow of this presentation would be exactly the flow that my team and I did when we came to investigate project files. We started off from understanding how these project files work and what information can be found in them, so that we can better improve our capability to assist our customers in listing the assets in their network, in identifying any potential soft spots in their network. So we started by that. And then when we looked into these project files, as we will do in a few minutes, we started understanding that they may be a bit risky in how they work. And so we started looking into these vulnerabilities, and then we'll go through these vulnerabilities that we found. So let's get to it. And I think we best start with what is an ICS project file. Because when I say ICS project file, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. So I think it's best to define this file. And let's start with what is an ICS engineering software. So basically here just a few screenshots of very common engineering software that we might encounter. And basically when I say ICS project file, what I mean is how this engineering software saves its information. So for example, if you work on configuring a PLC using the BNR Automation Studio we see here, then the engineer would want at some point to save all the work they've done, so that later on they can use it, or they can reopen it, they can edit it, or anything like that. An ICS project file would be a file, a directory, anything, an entity in which all this information is saved. So when I say ICS project file, it doesn't necessarily mean just one specific file. It means the logical entity in which the ICS software saves all its information. And when that is the definition, you can start thinking and translating it into the information that we expect to find in these project files. Because I want to convince you that these project files are interesting. Don't forget, we came into this challenge trying to improve our capability to understand networks by looking at these project files. So let's think what information we expect to find in these project files. And obviously, we'll start from the topmost layer. And I think it makes sense that a project file that describes a plant or a manufacturing site or anything like that would have to contain the network layout. So from the topmost layer, we will see the network layout, as you can see here, some screenshots from the Step 7 engineering station by Siemens or from Rockwell's engineering software. You can see that it holds a list of assets on the in the network. So for example, here we have a Profibus bus with a few S7400 stations, and we can use this file to identify that we have 4 stations along this bus and understand what they are and where they are. Next, let's dive into these stations, because this project file has to contain information about the specific assets within the network. And so looking at a specific asset, you can see just a few more screenshots here describing how we may identify all the different slots in the device, on the device. So as you can see here, again, a snapshot from Siemens software showing the exact slots and the model and the order number and the firmware for every slot, which is very interesting information. We can see that it also has for example, here from BNR, you can also see the serial information, the serial number, or the network addresses. So the information about the hardware of every device in the network is very interesting and exists in these project files. But we can also dive even deeper, because these engineering software obviously are used to engineer. And so programming the logic on these devices happens through these softwares, and we would expect it to be saved within these project files. And indeed, diving into one specific device, looking into the guts of what is saved in this project file would be the actual logic. So again, a few screenshots here, but you can see that these project files will contain the block diagram, the ladder diagram, whatever type of logic we configured. We expect these project files to contain it. So that's going from the topmost layer of the network to the internals of a specific PLC, the actual logic that every PLC is running. And so I think hopefully that shows you that these project files are useful. They are able to provide us with a full inventory of assets, their details, their models, their firmwares, whatever, and of course also their logic, right? Which is great for us and great for the engineer to use as backup, which is nice. They're also very easy to collect. The advantage with looking into project files, and here again, think of me as a person wanting to improve the visibility into the network. One alternative for me could be, for example, to just capture traffic from the network and try to map the network from this traffic. But capturing traffic requires a lot of work. It requires configuring span ports. It requires waiting for interesting traffic to come. Whereas looking into project files, all it means is that I have to access the file on the engineer's computer or on the backup server, because an engineer would probably use some kind of backup server that will hold all these project files in one place, so I don't have to look far. And I have these files at the palm of my hands without having to work too hard. And once I do have these files, all I have to do is just write some kind of script that knows how the file is built, and we'll get to it in a few minutes. And once I've done that, I can within seconds determine exactly all those details that I showed you just a second ago, starting from the network and going down to the actual logic. So that's very great, and that allows us to collect a lot of information within a second. But the next question should be, why do I care about this information? So why do we mind about the network or about the model information? And my claim is that the first step in the securing an OT network would be this type of visibility. Not only in securing, also in promising the continuous operation of such a network, but obviously my perspective and DefCon's perspective is the security side. So let's start with network. Obviously, mapping the network is critical to understanding that any new devices connected to the network could be a malicious actor who connected to the network. And obviously on the other side, identifying that a device is missing from the network could be something happened to a device. And so we need to have this full picture before we start diving into the network to identify any changes that might have happened. Next, it also helps us to identify the roles of assets within the network, because if I have these project files, I can identify that every PLC has a specific responsibility. And so this PLC is in charge of this part of the process line, and this PLC is in charge of that part. And so when anything we don't expect happens, I will be able to quickly identify what is the root cause of that. And also it will help me manage these PLCs and assign people in charge for them, for example, and more. Next, we will have the detailed inventory, because as you could see before, we also have the model, we also have the firmware version, and that's great for an engineer or for a security person to assess their security posture. Because when you know how many devices you have of each model and what firmware they're using, you're able to identify very quickly how vulnerable you are to a new vulnerability that might have been published, how deep is your backlog in terms of firmware upgrades you need to perform on your devices, because you don't want them to be too old or too vulnerable. So having this detailed inventory allows you to know where you're standing and keep yourself up to date with any new releases by vendors, for example. And lastly, when something does happen, it might be a security event, it might be an operational event, but when something does happen, if you do have a snapshot of where the plant was or where the site was yesterday, it's a lot easier to identify what has changed and what might be the root cause of the issue today. And also it's a lot easier to start everything up again tomorrow, because you know exactly where you are. You can use the configuration files, the ICS project files, to reconstruct everything very quickly. So you can also identify the cause of the issue and start again, which is great in terms of incident response in the OT industry where downtime is critical. So hopefully I convinced you that that this information is critical, that ICS project files hold interesting information and that this information is important. One side note that is not the main issue that we speak about in this presentation, it has been spoken of in previous presentations, but one side note is seeing how these project files contain such valuable information also means that they may be used by malicious actors themselves, because a malicious actor trying to plan an attack on an OT facility may use these informations in the project files to plan their attack better, to identify vulnerable devices, to map tags on specific devices that affecting them would affect the operation of the plant. And so these project files are very interesting from a security perspective, both from an operational perspective, both to the OT engineer, but also to the hacker doing the recon at this stage. So that's just a side note that these project files need to be saved. I know that a lot of people like saving their ICS project files on Dropbox folders, etc. That's something to think of, and making sure that these shared directories are secure. So ICS project files at this point, and hopefully if I convinced you that the thought process that we had convinced you, ICS project files are great. It's a super easy way to get tons of information that we want, which is very nice from Clarity's perspective, or from my perspective, because the things I had to do to get all the model information of all the devices in the network before were a lot more complex. And now all I have to do is understand how a project file is built and have the engineer provide me with the project file, and I'm able to produce all the information. So that sounds super easy and super great, but is it really? So I think this question builds up to what an ICS project file really looks like. We only discussed what ICS project files are in theory, but let's talk about what an ICS project file really looks like. What does it mean when I say ICS project file? Sorry. So the most basic use case would be just a text file. You may go to the software, you may click export on the software, and what you get is just an Excel file that my grandma can open with her Office that we just recently installed for her, and understand everything in the network. So you can see that the IP addresses of the devices, the models of the devices, the versions, which is very nice, very easy, very useful, and that's great stuff. It's not very good for me as a researcher, because then my boss could fire me if all files look like that, but it's great for my grandma and for the common engineer trying to understand the network format. And obviously, we have many formats, different formats of ICS textual project files. So another example for a project file by one of Rockwell softwares, and as you can see here, an XML, which is also nice and very script friendly. If you want to write a script that will pass this information, you can see very easily that you can see the name of the bus, you can see the type of the network, you can see the host name of the devices. So for ICS project files being textual, it's really great, and we have everything we need for that. But that's not always the case. sometimes, and for example, here, this is an ACD file. It's a file generated by the RSLogix 5000, the Rockwell software. You can see that while it starts as a textual file, and you might think that your day is a good day, within a few lines, this becomes something that is clearly not English. And indeed, this file is most of the information within it, and all of the interesting information is saved in some kind of binary format. And so in this case, my grandma would probably call me and ask for help. And this help will not be easy. You have to try and understand what this project file looks like. You have maybe to reverse engineer the program, maybe to black box and understand, to do some black box research and understand how this project file is built. And indeed, that's what we have to do when we encounter such files. And you see that the Rockwell ACD file is not the only case. This is an example for a Siemens device, a file outputted by the DXC5 software, and another example by another Rockwell software, an older version of the RSLogix. So binary formats are very common as well. And in terms of research and understanding how they're built, you have to work a lot harder for that. Still, not only do we have binary formats or textual formats, we also have the cases where a project file is not really a file. It might be a directory. This is, for example, the project file that is generated by the Siemens Step 7 software. And as you can see, it's just a directory containing a lot of subdirectories, containing a lot of other subdirectories, containing a lot of binary files. And so the project file here, the challenge of understanding where the information is not only understanding what the binary format is, it's also understanding where the file is. And in this case, we just see a few tens of project files. But as you can see here in this one of Mitsubishi's softwares, you can see that we got a directory that's about 7,000 files. So you have a lot of sifting through the files to do before you can start working for reals. And obviously, sometimes these archives may not be just a zip archive or just a plain directory. It may be a cab file. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with cab archives. They're a very old format. What is today has been replaced by zip. And just finding a Python library to uncab a cab archive is a challenge of itself, even though this format is publicly available and everything. Just finding a script to uncab the file was a challenge of itself. But obviously, when it comes to directories, most of the files we meet are zipped. And obviously, a zip is just an archive that contains a directory. And what the software does is take the whole directory containing all the information of the project and zip it into a single file. And as we'll see in a minute, this file may be saved with a different file extension. So it won't be .zip, it may be .something else. But if you just open it and check, you will see that actually, in fact, that's a zip file containing a lot of other types of files. And we'll go into that in just a second when we show an example. So just to recap, project files provide great information, and they come in many, many, many shapes and sizes. And so we have to work sometimes very hard to collect this information. So let's just see just one example, another screenshot of the file. This file was generated by Crimson, software by Red Lion to program HMIs. And as you can see, this file, while it's binary and not very readable for the common user, but you can see just by looking at it that it does hold some interesting information. For example, if you look here, you can see the model G306. And obviously, when we know that this file was used to configure a G306, then we can identify that this field shows the model. We still have to work into understanding how do I get to this model? What means, how do I extract the model from this file? But we see that it has a model. We can also see that there are some numbers here, not sure what they mean. We have the string major, which might be a part of the major firmware version or anything like that. And so the research team would have to do a lot of digging and some reverse engineering into understanding what this Crimson file looks like. And the objective is to turn this file into something that's human readable. So for example, here, as you can see, what we were able to extract from this file is indeed the module and also the IP address. And obviously I can't see, at least with a glance, I can't see the IP address here, but it took some work and some reverse engineering of the software to understand where this IP address is located within the file. We could also identify that this is indeed an HMI and identify the exact version of the Red Lion Crimson software that was used to generate this file. In this case, these files are compressed. So it's one compression method that is pretty specific that was used to save all this information. And once they were uncompressed, we could start and identify exactly the interesting fields within this file. So that's one example. Let's think of another example for a project file, and let's have a look at the way the Siemens Step 7 saves its files. And as I mentioned before, basically it's a directory. And so when you export from the Siemens Step 7, you will get a directory which will usually you will zip. And what we get from our customers would be just a zipped file. And this zip extracts into this directory containing many files, as you could see before. And looking into these files, what we identified when we tried to find the interesting information is that one of these subdirectories within the SDB subdirectory is the interesting subdirectory, but that contained a lot of files with the names, with the very informative names, 0000a1.pg. So obviously no file here is called I am the interesting file or model and firmware file or anything like that, but rather these internal names. And so looking into these files, we identified that one of these files contain the interesting information. And just by opening it, you can see, again, some interesting strings hidden within this binary file. So you can see the order number again, you can see the model here. And so now we've discovered what the file was, what is the interesting file within this directory. We would still have to do a lot of reverse engineering to understand how to extract this information from that. And that basically is the job that we do. We commit to being able to understand the project file, to extract all this information that we deem interesting in this project file. And when we get a new project file, a new format, a new requirement from a customer, what we will do is we will try to understand how this software works, same as we would do for a protocol, same as we would do for any type of such request. So just let's do a quick overview of what we see in these project files that we look into. And I think the most common thing that is found in all or in a great percentage of project files in the world, no matter the vendor, no matter the software, is a zip archive. Because usually these projects will contain a lot of different files. For example, one file will contain the hardware configuration, one file will contain the logic, one file will contain the list of assets, etc., etc. And the project file is simply a zip directory containing all these files. Looking into this project file, and once we've unzipped this project file, we see a lot of files. And what we'll usually see, and what is very common in these files, is first OLE files. OLE is a format used by older Office documents. So it's a format by Microsoft. And it's a very convenient format for developers to hold a lot of binary information in different streams. So it's very convenient, and we see it in use a lot in ICS software. Next, we will see a lot of database files. This makes sense when you come to think of it, because these project files need to contain a lot of information per every device. For example, you will need to contain the firmware, the model, the IP address, etc., etc. And so it makes sense to save it in a database format. And so we see SQLite databases, MS SQL databases, a lot of database formats. One of these formats, just as a side note, is the Access database, another format by Microsoft that was used by Access, and that's, again, a very old format. And actually so old that, again, finding a Python library to access such a database, we couldn't do it. We simply couldn't find a Python native library that could access the Access database. And so just a few weeks ago, we published our open source tool, open source Python library to interpret Access databases, which is nice. Now you can do it just by importing in Python. Next, we will also see a lot of proprietary binary format. As I mentioned before, no one forces the vendor to work with a specific database or anything like that. So the vendor might decide that they want to save the information in their own proprietary format. And they will design this format. They will write the code to access this format and to parse this format, the information in there, and to obviously to save the information into this file. And so we see a lot of proprietary binary formats. Lastly, as I mentioned before, if you're really lucky from an engineer's perspective, if you're really lucky, you will get a text file you can open and just review the text file and understand everything. Obviously, from the researcher's perspective, it's less fun because all you have to do is open the text file. But in my perspective, still, this is very convenient and a very good way to save the information. So all that means that if we take a look back at what we discussed so far about what project files do, what information they contain, how they are built, then we can think of a few traits that are recurring. First is we see a lot of binary formats that are developed internally. And as I mentioned just a second ago, this is because the vendors will develop their own code and they will do that by themselves. Next, we will see that if the format is proprietary, or if it's public, or if it's a database or anything like that, still a complex parsing is required in order to extract the information from this file or to save the information to this file, because we're talking about a very big amount of information in various types. You sometimes want to save the IP address, you sometimes want to save the compiled logic. So various types, and obviously always it will require some complex parsing work. Lastly, it will hold some proprietary information. Every vendor will save their own information. Every vendor will design the file as they wish to save the information that they were looking for. So we will see a lot of proprietary information in proprietary formats that will be complex. And thinking of all these three traits, it sounds quite familiar, or at least to a researcher working in the ICS domain, it sounds quite familiar. It sounds quite familiar because these traits are very common in ICS protocols as well. And so when we had reviewed enough ICS project files to extract the information from them, and at some point we had a nice collection of ICS project files formats that we support and understand, we started to think ICS protocols. And the next thought, as a security researcher, when you think of ICS protocols, the next thought is OI. And the reason for that is obviously that vulnerabilities in ICS protocols exist, and exist a lot, and they are published weekly, and these devices are very vulnerable. And the reason for that is that this code was usually developed with no security in mind. And so when you're thinking of something that is comparable to ICS protocols, your next thought would be, let's check how secure this may be. And indeed, just a quick Google of ICS project file vulnerabilities showed us that not very. The answer is not very. And so just a quick Google, and you can see a lot of vulnerabilities that have been published in recent years. And just a quick look up in the ICS CERT website, for example, for advisories published recently, you can see here one type of vulnerability that's an SQL injection, another is a use after free, another is a stack buffer overflow. And so vulnerabilities are constantly published on these devices, and all these vulnerabilities, as you can see, are relevant to ICS project files. And so these formats, these files are vulnerable. Not only they are vulnerable, they're also growing in terms of awareness to their vulnerabilities. So just a quick example for that, we can have a look at the vulnerability that was published in 2016, just 4 years ago. And this vulnerability, and I put here the CV, is crashing the engineering software with a malicious project. This means that if the engineer would double click on a malicious project, the engineering software would crash. And that vulnerability got at the time a CVSS score of 4.2, which is a low CVSS score. And not only that, the advisory contains this some kind of disclaimer sentence saying these vulnerabilities are not exploitable remotely and cannot be exploited without user interaction. So that's some kind of disclaimer saying, yes, this is a vulnerability, but no, it's not very, very interesting, or at least not at this time. And the reason I'm saying at this time is because we can look at the same vulnerability or a similar vulnerability published in 2019. Again, a vulnerability that means that when you open a project file, when you double click a project file, the engineering station, the engineering software would crash. And so the meaning of the vulnerability is the same, but this time, and we're 3 years ahead, it got a CVSS score of 7.8, which is a high CVSS score, and no disclaimer in this case at all. So there is some kind of growing understanding that these vulnerabilities, while they are not as sexy as protocol vulnerabilities, they are not as accessible as network vulnerabilities, they are interesting and they are dangerous. Another example for the growing security focus is the Pwn2Own competition that was held in Miami this year. So Pwn2Own is an organization of competitions that invite hackers to compete on on finding specific vulnerabilities in specific devices. For example, find a remote code execution in a Tesla car. If you do, you get a lot of money for that. And so the first Pwn2Own competition that was targeted on ICS products was held just in the beginning of this year, and it had 5 categories, and one of which was finding vulnerabilities in ICS project files. And so even an organization like that, which is very oriented towards security and very up to date in terms of understanding the security world, sets one of the categories in their competition as vulnerabilities in ICS project files. And not only that, the winner in this category would win $20,000. So the motivation is is not only interest, but also gaining a lot of money. And by the way, there was a winner in this category. Someone collected this prize, and this category also held a product by Schneider as well, which we also collected the prize for. So I think at this point, what we can say is that project files are great for asset management. They are very interesting. The information they hold are very interesting and valuable to an engineer and to the security of this network. They're also great for researchers' employment. And what do I mean by that? My job is based on the fact that these project files are complex. If anyone could just open a project file and extract the data from it, my day would be a lot less interesting. And so they're great for me. But also they might be great for an attacker, not only for recon purposes, for mapping the network, as we mentioned before, but also because they are vulnerable. And what I would want to show you is that they're vulnerable not just in theory. So we saw that there were vulnerabilities published, but let's do a quick overview of these parts that we saw before that comprise a common ICS project file. And as you can remember, we discussed the zip file, we discussed OLE files, etc. And let's take it step by step, and I will show you that just in the recent months, vulnerabilities have been published for every part of this project file. So let's think of it step by step. And we started off with zip. And what I wanted to show for zip files is the very common zip slip vulnerability. And so what this actually means is there is no sanitation on zip paths. But let's explain what this means in a more technical way. So let's have a look at what the header of a zip file looks like. So take it in for a second. I'll have a drink. Okay, great. So as you can see, a zip file holds a lot of different files within it, right? When you double-click a zip file, it extracts into multiple files and multiple directories. And the way the file is saved for real in its binary data is that its header contains the list of files to which we need to extract the information. So for example, this file will extract the information to a directory called example/ux. And another file will be extracted to example/file1.txt. And another file will be extracted to example/file with a long name.sql. So when you double click this file, you will get a new directory called example, and within it, you will get 3 files. And that makes sense, and that's just how the zip file header works. But this also means that, that if not properly handled, an attacker may use these attributes of a zip file. And how they may use it? They may employ the special characters that allow directory traversal, because this /.// means go up one directory. And so instead of saving the file within the example directory, this will cause the software that extracts this file to save this file somewhere outside of the targeted directory. And so we may write files basically to any location we want on the computer on which this file is extracted. And this is a very common vulnerability. It has been known for years. It has been handled in many products. But what we see in the ICS domain, unfortunately, still is that some products still do not sanitize the paths and do not make sure that there is no use of these characters and allow an attacker to employ this vulnerability and save files basically to any location they want on the target computer. And saving files on any location sometimes would directly mean being able to take control of the computer, because you may override some files, you may save files, for example, like we did here. You may save files to the startup directory and save indestroyer.exe, and that's obviously not something we want. So that's just a very, very basic vulnerability in zip files that is still very, very common, and may happen if the product does not make sure that the paths within the zip file header are valid. So that's zip files. But let's take a step in, and I'll just show a couple of vulnerabilities that were published just in the recent months in these exact things. This path traversal CWE means exactly that. Means that someone could use this attribute. And as you can see here, just in the past, during the past year, several vulnerabilities have been published in this exact method. So that's a zip file. Now let's have a look at the OLE files that we mentioned that are very common within zip files. And here I will not go into a lot of details, but as I mentioned before, OLE files are the files used by Office products, and sorry, and old Office products. And old Office products, we all know that have been vulnerable for years, right? You would not open an email saying, hey, please download and open this Word document I sent you from someone you don't know, because you know that this could be dangerous. And still, a document from the FBI showed that the most common used vulnerabilities still today in 2020 are, I think, 5 of the 10 most common used vulnerabilities in real life are still vulnerabilities in Office files. And so OLE files, vulnerable. It doesn't matter if you wrap it with Office or wrap it with an ICS engineering software. They are vulnerable. That's OLE files. Next, let's discuss databases. And when you think of database and you're a security researcher, the next thing that comes to your mind is SQL injection. That's again a very, very common vulnerability in the handling of SQL queries when working with databases. And it's very common in the world, and specifically in ICS software, it still exists. It may exist if the software uses a database to save its information. So let's take just one example for a vulnerability that was discovered in as part of the Pont1 competition by Uri from my team, and by Amir and Sharon from my team. And what they discovered was that one of these products saves the information within a database, and if you save, and this database holds the version in which the information was saved. So if you change the version field to a lower version, then when the software opens this database, it will run some migration scripts on the file. And what we found was that you could use one type of SQL injection in these parts and create a full remote code execution just based on an SQL injection in the database. And what it looks like is, as you can see here, the engineer would double click the project file, the engineering software would open, and within a second, we will see Notepad pop up. And in this case, Notepad, but in a malicious case, it will not be Notepad, it will be some kind of software that might cause damage. So that's databases. Let's go on to binary formats. And obviously, binary formats are risky because they mean that someone had to write a lot of code. Someone had to design a format that would be secure enough. And all this work has been done usually years ago when no one was security oriented. And so vulnerabilities in binary formats exist a lot, and we see a lot of them published on a monthly basis. And so I won't go into details in this case because simply you can understand that the complexity of a binary format means that many vulnerabilities may be found within that. For example, just one example here, this article by Ed Kovacs from Security Week is reviewing a vulnerability published in the Red Lion HMI files that we saw before. So those compressed files, those Crimson compressed files we saw earlier, are vulnerable to some vulnerabilities that were discovered by security researchers and were published before. So that's binary formats. Lastly, we said that if you're really lucky, you would have a text file. And one might think that a text file, how hard can it be? What can be vulnerable within a text file? And still a vulnerability published by Uri from my team just a few months ago in one of Siemens's products showed that the parsing of a textual file within this software may have caused a remote code execution. So again, you would double click the project file and code would be executed. And that's even though this file was just a textual format, the bug was obviously in the parsing of this file. So what we could see is that taking apart the common ICS project file, you can understand that every part of it may be vulnerable. And basically what I want to convince you is these vulnerabilities may exist. They are not something that is out of the ordinary. So let's take one type of project files, and this would be a project file used by Phoenix Contact Software, PLC Next. And let's see exactly how this vulnerability works, just so we can get a hang of how this vulnerability works. And so this vulnerability was discovered by Amir from my team, and this vulnerability allows remote code execution when a project is opened in the PLC Next software by Phoenix Contact. Let's understand how it works. So first of all, this is the software. This is just a screenshot of the software. As you can see, it holds some information. It shows all the information about the HMIs, the PLC, etc. And this is just how the software looks like. But let's see how the information is saved behind the scenes. And indeed, in this case, the information is saved in a PCWEX file. And as I mentioned before, the PCWEX file is actually just a zip file with a different extension. And so if you extract it, you can see that there are a few files within this file. And one of the files that was of interest for us is the project.proj file. And why is that? The reason for that is that this file is just an XML, a textual file. But as you can see here, it contained an import line that imports a file from a specified location. And so what you would do is you would, this line here contains basically a pointer to another file. And this file will be loaded when the project starts, or will be accessed when the project is loaded. And this file that is pointed to here would be the targets file. And this targets file, again, is a textual file, but as you can see here now, it gets interesting because it contains the names of some DLLs that need to be loaded when the project is built. And so what we discovered was that basically when you open a project file, this whole chain of events happens. And if you want to think of it from a malicious actor's point of view, what you would want to do is to be able to send a malicious PCWEX file and get the engineer to open it. And you would change the pointer here to anything you want, basically any other file you want, and let this other targets file contain a pointer to your malicious DLL. And let's see what it looks like in real life. So we start again with the same directory structure because we only change bits of lines within the files. And within the project file, we changed it. Instead of using some kind of environment variable, we'll simply point it to a malicious SMB server that is accessible to the victim's machine. So we don't have to drop this file ahead on the victim's machine. All we have to do is make the victim's machine approach us and request for the malicious targets file. And within the targets file, again, what we would do is we would point to a malicious DLL that is used, that is loaded when the project is built. And so what happens basically when the project is open, that the software is automatically building the project. And so they access this project file, this project.proj file, and collect the malicious.targets file from our server. And based on this malicious.targets file, they will collect the DLL again from our server and execute it. And once they've done that, basically we ran our own DLL on the remote machine with the permissions of the software, and we've taken over the control. And that's the whole vulnerability. And that's pretty cool in my opinion. And obviously this vulnerability was disclosed to Phoenix, and we would like to acknowledge their quick remediation of that. It took, I think, less than 2 months between the time we disclosed this vulnerability to Phoenix and the time they released a fixed version and advisory, which is very nice and not very common in the ICS domain. So we would like to thank Phoenix for fixing this in such a hurry. Cool. So what did we do so far? We showed that those project files are interesting, and we showed that they are vulnerable. We showed that you can find vulnerabilities in them, and some of these vulnerabilities you don't even have to work very hard in order to explain. So let's complete the last piece of the puzzle. The last piece of the puzzle would be how I can use these vulnerabilities in order to take over an engineer's computer. Because if you think of a protocol vulnerability, you know that the PLC is there, you know that you are here. All you have to do is communicate with the PLC and you're done. But in the case of a project file, you know that the engineer is here, you know that you are here, but you want to get the engineer to open a project file of your own. So the attack vector here is something that I need to convince you that exists. So we had a look and we tried to think what ways could be used to get a victim engineer to open an ICS project file. Because you know that when someone sends you a doc file, as I mentioned before, via email, someone you don't know, you will probably be suspicious about it and not do anything with that. But if you're an OT engineer and they send you a Rockwell ACD file or any other type of ICS engineering file, then you might be curious. This is your world, you're interested, you want to understand what's going on, you will want to open this file, you will be curious. So instead of sending you a doc file, in theory, the malicious actor could send you an ACD file or a project file and get you to open that. It would be more likely that you do. And this type of phishing campaigns happens in the COVID-19 world. you know that, and many papers have been published on that, that the fact that phishing is on the rise and targeted phishing towards ICS industries is on the rise. So as you can see here, this may be used as a phishing campaign that is very targeted and very specific towards OT engineers. Sorry, and not only phishing campaigns, or not only phishing campaigns via email. What we thought next was, let's check the forums, the support forums in the ICS domain, because we know these support forums are very, very in very common use, and many people use them to ask questions, to help other people to get some support, both the vendors' own forums and the public forums. So we had a look at these forums, and we looked for people who might have posted these project files and had a look at what they have done. And so, for example, this is just one message from a forum that we found. I have an ACD file, but I do not have the software to read the controller tags. Can anyone please help me convert this file into a PDF? And they published with this message, they published an ACD file. And what you could see in the comments section is that many people did download this file and did open this file and help this person. And obviously, this was the happy case where someone did need help and many people did help him. But if this was a malicious case, then this question could have caught many ICS engineers and have taken control over the computer if this was a malicious case. So this attack vector of getting an ICS engineer to open a project file, I think, may happen. It's really real, either as part of a phishing campaign or as part of forum requests or anything like that. And the reason this is very critical, and more critical than using just a doc file, is that this engineer who is sent an ICS project file via email from the internet, they will open it on their computer, and this computer, you know that this computer by definition has access to the shop floor, has access to the actual physical devices. Whereas if this was just a Microsoft Word document, this engineer might have opened it on their own private computer, which is not connected to anything interesting. But if you provide the engineer with the project file, they would take it to the computer that is connected to the shop floor because it has the engineering station, the engineering software installed on it. So basically, the hacker with just one step got access not only to an engineer's computer, but to the actual critical engineer computer and to the actual critical network. And so hopefully what I could convince you with along this talk was that ICS project files, they're very interesting. They allow you great visibility into your network and great understanding of your network. And so I don't want anyone to go home and delete all your project files, right? Because you have to keep working, and this may provide you of great value if you handle these files right. Obviously, you also have to secure your files to make sure that no malicious actor gains access to those files as well. But they are very important. But on the other side, you have to be aware that these project files can be just as malicious as a doc file. And this means that you don't want to open any ICS project file that is uploaded to a support forum or to anything like that. And actually, these files may be even more dangerous than these doc files, because what we said just a minute ago, that they will provide the attacker with access directly to the critical network. So these files for an attacker actually are a great way to spread through phishing campaigns that are targeted, that are going directly to the ICS engineer and not just to anywhere around the world. And so they're very critical in that. And they will get this attacker a foothold in the ICS network. And so the bottom line here of this talk is just use these ICS project files to gain visibility into your network, and that is great. But be suspicious of any ICS project file that might have been sent to you and that might pose risk to your network. That's it. Thank you very much, and have a great conference.
Hi, this is Austin Scott, and this is 5 quick wins for improving your ICS cybersecurity posture. I'm a principal industrial penetration tester as part of the Dragos professional services team, and I really see the world from the perspective as a pen tester. Just like a hammer sees the world as a nail, I really see everything from an adversarial perspective. And that's the point of view we'll be taking in this presentation today. Really, we're looking for ways to make it more difficult. Now, my recommendations in and of themselves won't give you a bulletproof cybersecurity program or industrial cybersecurity program, but they will raise the bar for your security posture. Of course, there's a lot of other things involved in running an industrial cybersecurity program that are outside of the scope of this presentation. But in my presentation today, we're going to talk about a lot of the common things that as an industrial penetration tester, as an industrial cybersecurity assessment practitioner, these are the things that we see over and over again. And a lot of them can be addressed fairly easily without a lot of capital or operational expenditure. So we'll talk about how to address some of these risks and what these common issues that we identify are. So a lot of this is based on the 2019 Dragos Year in Review report. We see a lot of these common issues as we do assessment after assessment. It's common to see things like limited visibility or credentials laying around or routable connections from your corporate environment into the ICS environment, and even ICS components directly accessible from the internet these days. So a lot of these common findings are highlighted in this Year in Review report, and we'll be talking about the top 5 and how to really address those or identify them in your own environment and remediate them. So we think it's important to take a threat-based approach when you're looking at risk in your industrial cybersecurity environment. Now within Dragos, we track a number of activity groups that target these environments. And this will be really done from the perspective of our own internal activity group called Kyberite, where we develop our ICS tactics and techniques really based on a lot of the other activity groups that we see. So we try to do some threat emulation as we're working through these networks and use a lot of the common techniques that we see being used against ICS environments. And of course, tactics, techniques, and procedures are part of the equation, but we find these really change depending on the environment that you have. And it's important to, of course, start with understanding what you have, whether you're running Windows Active Directory or Windows Workgroup, what kind of security controls you have, how the internet access works, how industrial vendors get in, what your firewall rules look like. Once you understand these basic environmental factors and understand how they change the tactics and techniques of an activity group, that can really help you reduce your risk and understand where you need to invest your time and energy to mitigate some of these risks. Of course, if you study activity groups like Electrum and Xenotime, there are publicly known techniques that they have used against environments. And I certainly believe those techniques would change depending on what was available. As a pen tester, as an adversary, we're always very dynamic with our approach. We need to roll with the punches and adjust our techniques to align with the environment we're faced with. So that's why it's not one size fits all. You can't take all these TTPs that are identified and directly apply them to your environment necessarily. Often the environment dictates what the TTPs are going to be used, which TTPs are going to be used. So during this presentation, we'll be talking about our top 5 ICS assessment findings for 2019. These are related to firewall rules, access management, system hardening, logging, and network visibility. So we'll be talking about some of the tools that we use as penetration testers and ICS network assessment professionals some of the tools that can be used safely in ICS environments without introducing operational risk, or at the very least, minimal operational risk when they are being leveraged in these environments. How to identify these risks using these tools, and then also how to mitigate some of these common findings. So at the end of the day, if you're able to take ownership of your industrial cybersecurity posture, do some self-assessment work. It's not difficult to do once you understand what tools are available and how to approach some of these problems and highlight some of these problems. If you're able to mitigate a lot of these common issues, even prior to doing another assessment, it allows that red team or that penetration testing team or that assessment team to really focus on the more interesting problems. So you're getting rid of all the low-hanging fruit. So the adversary group has to dig a lot deeper and focus on some of the more challenging problems. And you're also raising the bar. Like when you address a lot of these low-hanging fruit, a lot of these low-level issues, it really reduces the playbook that the adversary can use. They're not able to fall back on their normal operating plans. They need to think outside the box a little more. They need to experiment more, do more reconnaissance. And whenever they do that, when they have to work harder, you have more opportunities to detect them. You have more opportunities to stop them. And also you make their lives a lot more difficult, which is, something you want to do. You want these adversaries who are targeting critical infrastructure, who are trying to turn the lights off in your town or impact these important industrial processes. You want them to have to lay in bed at night, questioning their life choices that brought them to that position of why they're targeting civilian infrastructure. So starting off with firewall rules, what we see when we do these assessments, often we'll ask for the rules to be shared with us. Usually like a white box approach is best. When we're doing ICS assessments, we really need to be transparent with the operators at the sites and the site personnel. Turns out industrial asset owners and industrial operators don't like surprises. So we found that it's very important to be open and clear with what we're doing whenever we're doing it within these ICS assessments. The more information we can share, the more we can work closely with the operations team and start to build that trust and that build that bridge between the cybersecurity team and the OT or the ICS operations team, which is so important to be successful in this environment. So when we ask for these firewall rules, we'll usually use a tool to make sense of them. There's dozens of different firewalls out there, and they all provide their rules in different formats. Fortunately, there are some commercial tools that you can use, and even some free tools you can use to make sense of these rules and work through them in more of an Excel spreadsheet kind of format. One free tool we like to use is the SolarWinds free firewall browser. So what you can do is export your firewall rules and then import them using this SolarWinds free firewall browser, and then just go kind of line by line. What you're really looking for is interactive protocols that allow remote access between your different trust zones. So typically between your corporate network and your ICS network, or even between different trust zones within the ICS network. You're looking for SSH, Telnet, remote desktop, VNC, even things like WMI or remote management, RPC, SMB, even protocols like OPC, like OPC-DA. The older OPC protocols can allow remote access and often do. So we often find there are temporary firewall rules still in these configurations from the time of commissioning. We find there's vendor dictated rules and vendor access rules that have never really been evaluated or questioned. So it's important to go line by line and really question, why do we have this? Like what purpose does it serve? Who's using this? And to knock off as many of those temporary or vendor dictated rules as you can. Of course, you want to communicate with your vendor if that vendor is using that for remote access. You want to identify those and make sure they are still able to access, or maybe propose a more secure method if the method that you're using is introducing risk in your environment. So this is what the free firewall browser looks like. It just breaks down the rules line by line in sort of an Excel spreadsheet format. And you can see we've got a couple interesting interactive rules here on 3389, which is the remote desktop protocol. So things to watch out for when you're going through these assessments. There's commercial tools you can use as well, like Nipper, that can help you identify issues. Often we still find any rules or what's equivalent to any rules. Sometimes these firewall rules can get quite complicated, and you put enough rules overlapping on top of each other, and it can basically equate to an any rule. So it's important to study these firewall rules closely and identify opportunities to pivot through these different trust zones. Now, another common issue that we run into is access management. And what we really find is it's not necessary most of the time to use any exploits or have to dig too deep in these ICS networks for to pivot or escalate privilege, because the access management is so poor in these environments. Often we'll run into shared Active Directory environments between corporate and the ICS. So once we take that corporate Active Directory environment, we're able to easily pivot and take full control over the ICS environment. Other situations where there is a dedicated Active Directory environment in the ICS, it's poorly maintained and hasn't really been configured properly. So usually we see almost everybody's a domain admin, or there's lots of service accounts that are domain admins, lots of these common issues in Active Directory that we run into. So what do you do? How do you identify these issues? Well, what we typically do is run a tool called Bloodhound. Now, it's a free open source tool, and it's used by pen testing teams and red teams to unravel the yarn ball that is Active Directory. For years, Active Directory kind of experienced this security through obscurity, where it's so complicated that even the adversaries couldn't really figure out all of the groups and users and groups and how all those unwind to different permission levels. But with the introduction of Bloodhound, this tool uses graph theory to really map out what the implications of all these permissions are, how to unravel all these groups to determine who's really a domain admin, and how you can pivot from the average user to domain admin fairly easily. So it shows you all these different paths and overprivileged accounts that you can identify and potentially lock down. And it's fairly safe there's a very low operational risk, because it only communicates with the Active Directory server in the network. It's not going to scan your network or hit all the PLCs in your network or anything like that. It's only going to communicate with the Active Directory environment. And it's only going to send LDAP requests, which are fairly normal. It's just the same kind of network activity that you would introduce if you were logging into a machine or remote desktoping into a machine. It's nothing unusual for that environment. There's certainly a big spike of LDAP when you use that tool, but it's nothing that would create an operational risk in that environment. So what does that look like? So here's an example of Bloodhound unraveling a path to the domain admin from this RTAM user. We can see he's a member of this group that's an administrator on this machine. And because they're an admin on this machine, they're able to gain access to potentially the password or the hash of this user who is also logged into this machine, and then use that user's privilege to gain domain administrator access in that network. So this can really make sense of Active Directory and help identify some of those common issues that and common misconfigurations. So access management part 2. So what if you don't have Active Directory? What if it's a Windows workgroup environment, which is also fairly common to see in ICS? And even if you do have Active Directory, there's other passwords that exist outside of Active Directory within these ICS networks. So I'm talking about things like VNC and SSH, credentials into switchgear, network gear, stuff like that. There's usually passwords just laying around the network in Excel spreadsheets or notepad files, or default credentials for a lot of devices. Often we find credentials are stored in things like Chrome, or stored in things like PuTTY or WinSCP or BatchPatch or other tools like that. And when you click that option to save your username and password in these tools don't always securely manage those credentials. So it can be quite trivial for an attacker to pull out those stored credentials. So what you can do is leverage some of these client-side tools like Session Gopher that are free, Session Gopher from FireEye, or even performing things like an LSAS dump, or using tools like Mimikatz, Mimikittens, and some of these Nersoft password utils. Now, Mimikatz it's something that's used by almost every activity group. Once these activity groups get a foothold in an environment, one of the first things they do is dump their post-exploitation tools. A lot of those are just trying to find passwords to escalate privilege and move laterally in that environment. So you want to try to understand how you're storing your passwords, what passwords are stored on different endpoints, and you can automate that process just like the activity groups typically do. So what can you do once you've identified the issues or the storage of passwords? You can implement some kind of password storage mechanism, like a privileged access management system, or even just like a vault, or a LastPass, or some password vault solution that does a better job protecting these important credentials than WinSCP or PuTTY or other tools typically do. So here's a quick example of running Mimikatz, and it's something I'd recommend. Like it's something we always try to do on a safe environment, running Mimikatz just to see if it's detected, if it triggers any kind of alerts, if we're able to do like what we're doing here, dump the LSAS memory to a file. So if we dump the LSAS memory using the task manager, just right click on the local security authority process and go create dump file. We can copy that dump file off of the machine and run it through Mimikatz to see what kind of passwords we pull out of memory. If your Windows endpoints are not hardened, you'll usually be able to pull out the hashes and often clear text passwords from any account that has recently logged into that machine. So it can be quite eye-opening to see that and see these passwords coming through in clear text using Mimikatz. So it's something we recommend that our customers do in a safe manner. And even just copying the Mimikatz executable into one of your ICS assets just to see if it gets caught by Windows Defender or Norton AV, and to see if that alert makes it someplace, to see if your monitoring is set up properly. It should create alerts. It should set off all kinds of alarm bells. So it's a great way of testing your monitoring for malicious files in your ICS network. Here's another example of another tool, the FireEye Session Gopher. It looks for passwords in other tools like WinSCP and PuTTY and RDP, like your stored passwords in your remote desktop client. So it'll pull out clear passwords like we see in this example below. And this can be very valuable to an adversary who's looking to move laterally or escalate their privilege in the network. And we almost always find credentials when we're doing these assessments, one way or another. There's always almost always poor storage of these credentials. So another thing that can help address that credential storage issue is some basic Windows system hardening. It's a very common issue that we see where a lot of these ICS Windows assets, they haven't performed any hardening. Often we find things like the firewall is completely turned off on these Windows endpoints, just because these ICS networks are so sensitive at times. Once the operators or the system integrators get things working, they're afraid to change anything or lock anything down in case it breaks something. So usually once they get things working, they just kind of leave it as is. And it's rare to find any system hardening really performed. And without some basic Windows system hardening, it's so easy to cut through those networks as an adversary. The default Windows installation, especially Windows 7 and older Windows versions, there's just so many backwards compatibility features that are turned on that make it so easy to pull passwords, escalate privilege to a system, that once you're in that network, you can own it within a matter of minutes without some system hardening happening. Now, system hardening does have the potential to create an operational or introduce operational risk. You'll need to work closely with your vendor to ensure that any hardening you're doing won't impact your operating process. Often, the major vendors will have system hardening guides that you can follow, and the recommended hardening that they have tested and approved. So it's important when you're building a new greenfield system, when you're building an ICS system from the ground up, to ask them to implement these system hardening features to turn security on. Because what we find is if you don't ask the vendors or the system integrators to do these things, it just doesn't happen. If you don't set that standard or make that request, they're not going to do it. So it's very important to be clear that you want the systems hardened. They need to be part of their commissioning plan, part of their site acceptance testing or factory acceptance testing checklist, that these hardening features are turned on and the recommended best practices for system hardening for that vendor have been implemented. And if the vendor does not, if they're not very mature and they don't have a hardening guide, you can use some of the tools like some of the ones I've listed here, like CHAPS, the configuration hardening assessment PowerShell script from Cutaway Security, to identify some of the common hardening issues. And you can raise those up with the vendor to get them approved or ensure that they're on board with making these changes. But there's other tools. Microsoft has a great tool called the Security Compliance Toolkit, which does a very thorough analysis. It does require you to install some software in your ICS environment, so that could cause some issues with your vendors. Same with the CIS tools and the STIG tools. They do require software to be installed in order to make them work. But that's why I love the CHAPS tool. It's just a PowerShell script you can run. It doesn't require any software to be installed. It just will do some data collection on that endpoint and highlight some of these common hardening issues. So again, you have to work closely with the vendor when you're running these things. But here's an example of the CHAPS hardening demo in action. You can just run it as a PowerShell command like I've done above, and then it gives you sort of a pass-fail view, things like wdigest, DNS client. This, if you implement these hardening recommendations, it will prevent an adversary from being able to pull clear text passwords out of memory, clear hashes out of memory. It'll prevent them from downgrading to PowerShell 2 and bypassing a lot of the PowerShell security features. So it also helps reduce the chances of man-in-the-middle attacks and things like that in your ICS network. So just a little bit of hardening and lockdown can have a huge impact. So what we're seeing from a logging perspective is usually a complete lack of logging. or no centralized logging. Sometimes logging is turned on the Windows endpoints, but it's just not going anywhere. It's just being stored locally. And if it is turned on and being centrally managed, they're not always logging the right stuff. In these ICS environments, they're not logging PowerShell commands or new processes. They're not using things like sysmon to really get the details you need to do proper forensic analysis and incident response in these environments. And it's not hard to do. It's not difficult to turn these things on. And again, that CHAPS tool can help you identify some of the common logging issues that you may encounter and some of the things you'll want to turn on in your ICS environments. And really just having that centrally managed logging environment can be such a huge win. If you ever are doing like an incident response, you'll be so grateful to have that centrally managed logging environment. And it's all built into Windows. You don't need to have Splunk or anything like that. You can just use Windows event forwarding to centrally manage those Windows events without having to spend any extra money. Just having those events all in one place can really facilitate things like threat hunting and can speed up incident response and give you better visibility into your ICS network as well. So what we recommend is understanding what your Windows event logging capabilities are today, what's being logged, what's not being logged, where is it going, and using, again, that CHAPS tool can help identify these issues. There's really a pretty low operational risk. It may produce a little more traffic on your network, but for most modern networks, this shouldn't be a huge issue. Now here's the output of that CHAPS tool, again, that PowerShell script, and it can show you some of the issues if you have the PowerShell task scheduler, WinRM, WMI activity. All these different log files are important to have turned on and have a larger log size and ensure that they're being forwarded to a central location. So the CHAPS tool can help identify a lot of these common issues. So if you turn on the recommended logging from CHAPS, it will make a big difference and reduce your risk quite a bit. Now onto network visibility. Another common issue that we see is as a pen test or a red team, we're able to operate within these ICS networks undetected. Once we're in them, there's usually very little or no visibility, so we can move about, move laterally, escalate privilege, take over the domain without any alarm bells going off, and maintain perpetual access as well. So what you can do is if you don't have network visibility today, you can start to lay that foundation and start to see if you get the value out of it in a low cost sort of introductory kind of method. First of all, if you just identify the points in your network that you should be monitoring, what switches you should be attaching or configuring span ports to, or better yet, purchase some network taps and install them. And just having those points in your network that you can tap into to collect data and collect PCAPs, it's extremely valuable in an incident response, or it's extremely valuable in a threat hunting exercise. So that can really enable your security operations team to do a lot more. Just knowing where to plug in, that's the first step in getting that network visibility. And once you have that, you can start to collect PCAPs and do some analysis to better understand what's going on, what kind of traffic you see in your network, what's normal. And then you can start to use even some free tools that are available or commercial tools to perform analysis on those PCAPs, or even install some hardware and software to do continuous monitoring of that network traffic. And again, it's a pretty low operational risk. You're connecting to span ports or taps. Now, ideally, we always recommend you'd use dedicated taps, network taps, rather than span ports. Span ports when they're configured on a switch, there is a risk that that switch can get kind of overloaded, especially if it's an older piece of equipment. You should be monitoring the CPU usage of those switches once you enable your span port. If they're in the 80 or 90% utilization kind of threshold, you may want to consider an alternate option, because that could just put it over the edge and create a network outage. So you need to be a little careful with that, but it typically doesn't cause too many issues to set up those span ports. But in some of the edge cases, it could create some or introduce some operational risk. So something to be aware of, something to watch. And of course, having visibility into your network can improve your threat detection and threat monitoring capability with the right tools and techniques and procedures. So there are two free products that Dragos provides. One of the free products is our old CyberLens product, which it's well suited for PCAP analysis. It was really designed to just take a PCAP and help visualize what's inside, specific to the ICS protocols and ICS content. It's a great way to help you understand what assets are in your network. That's a common challenge we see in the ICS space. What do I have? What's on my network at any given time? So CyberLens can help you identify those. And Sophia is designed for more of the continuous monitoring. Sophia was the Next Defense product that was commercially sold to customers all around the world. And now it's available for free from the Dragos website. So if you want just continuous asset identification, monitoring, just to know what's on your network and have that updated perpetually, Sophia is a great tool for doing that. And of course, there's commercial tools you can use, like Network Miner to do analysis of PCAPs. That's a very handy tool for digging into PCAP data. And of course, the Dragos platform is our commercial product that does a threat-based monitoring of ICS networks with playbooks and feeds into our intel with the latest activity groups that are targeting these environments. So if you're ready, if you're seeing the value in your network monitoring, then maybe a commercial product is the next step for you. But it's always nice to kind of learn to walk before you run, kind of identify those span ports and kind of ease your way into it to make sure you really see the value of and take full advantage of that value of OT network monitoring. And of course, this is something, these self-checks, these common self-assessments can be done regularly. And there's huge benefits to taking ownership of these. Just doing like some mini assessments once a year, once every 6 months, just to see what's on your network, look at how passwords are stored, understand who the big accounts in your Active Directory environment are, who the domain admins are, and who has access to that. All these things should be done regularly. Once you really take ownership of your industrial cybersecurity, of your industrial cyber risk, you can make a big difference in that risk reduction. You can start to address that. And it's something that should be done on a regular basis at a set interval, once a year, once every 6 months, because ICS environments are quite dynamic. They do change. They're constantly being modified and updated and maintained. So it's good to do this on a regular basis. And it can be augmented once you get into this self-check and you're covering off a lot of the low-hanging fruit. That's when you can bring in a professional team to do an assessment, and then they'll get to really dig into the interesting stuff, the stuff that is uncommon and would require an adversary to dig a little deeper, do more research, and have to sweat a little to move through your network. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for attending.
Hi, welcome to our talk, Powerline Truck Hacking, 2 Tools for PLC for Trucks. We're going to talk to you today for about an hour. Who are we? What is PLC? How do you interface with PLC? What are these 2 tools, PLC for Trucks, GR2497? How can you adapt what you got onto the PLC connection? We discovered an issue, we're going to discuss that issue and the impacts, and then we'll show you some future work. So first up, about us, I'm Ben Gardner. I'm a researcher with the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. Previously done embedded systems development, reverse engineering. I've been an instructor at the Cybertruck Challenge and plan to when it ever comes back. I also volunteer at DefCon and SAE.
Hi, I'm Chris Poor, an electrical engineer who has been hacking things and helping people get away with it for more years than I can count on these blood-stained hands. I work at Assured Information Security, headquartered in Rome, New York, with locations all over the U.S. AIS strives to be a driving force for technology and national security, and has the combined professional experience that I believe is rivaled only by the space program. Contact AIS today. Next slide, please.
It's not just a 2-person effort, though. We're part of a much larger team, a great team that we've been privileged to be a part of, comprised of Dan Salome, Christopher Poor, who you now know, Eric Thayer, all of AIS, and myself from the NMFTA. Also, this research would not have been possible without the support of the motor freight carrier members of the NMFTA who sponsored us with access to their facilities and to their equipment, and thank you for that. First up, what is Powerline Communications? Generally speaking, anytime you're putting data onto lines that are intended for power, you're doing Powerline Communications. You might know some technologies that fall into this class, such as GreenPhi and HomePlug. There's an entire interoperable family of technologies in IEEE 1901. The technology is found in automotive, most commonly under SAE-J 1772, which is for plug-in electric vehicle charging. And there was some really interesting work by Baker and Martinovic at Usenix 19, where they showed that they could remotely read traffic between the plug-in electric connection of a vehicle and the charger. But today, we're not talking about plug-in electric vehicles, we're talking about trucks. So let's rewind the clock a little bit, maybe a couple decades, and look at what trucks looked like around 1997. There were anti-lock braking, ABS systems on trailers and on tractors, and these ABS systems are quite important to prevent, rolls and reduce braking distance. It's really important for safety. So at the time, there was only a warning on the side of the trailer that showed you if the ABS was malfunctioning. There are regulators and fleet safety managers that really wanted to have some kind of a dash display that would show the driver if there was a problem with the trailer ABS. And this, of course, would help make sure that ABS is functioning and everyone would stay safe. Now let's look at how these trailers and tractors were connected. So back then, and actually as it is today, trailers and tractors are connected with a J560 connector. Here you can see that green pigtailed cable plugging into a bulkhead jack there. And that's a 7-way connector. You can also see a red and a blue cable behind the bulkhead here. And those are actually pressurized air, whereas the green cable here, this is electrical. So back then, they had this tractor-trailer connector. You can see a breakout here of the J560. It's got tail lights, right turn, left turn, brake lights, a ground connector, and then this power for ABS and auxiliary power. So it's a fully populated connector. There's no room for anything else, but still, regulators and safety managers really wanted to have a way to show the driver when something was failing. Now, an obvious option is to add another connector, but unfortunately, for fleets, the lifetime of trailer equipment is very long and the cost of retrofitting is very high. So the industry took it upon themselves to design a technology that would let them send this ABS fault data up into the tractor without adding a new connector. And at the same time, there was a lot of other technologies that people wanted to get data from the trailer into the tractor. And there was things like axle weight, and door latch, and yaw sensors, and things like that. So it was hoped that this technology could carry all sorts of information up from the trailer to the tractor, not just the ABS fault info. Around June 1998, ATA-TMC actually approved PLC for trucks. This is the American Trucking Association's Technical Maintenance Council. They are responsible for making recommended practices in the commercial vehicle space. And eventually SAE published J2497 in 2002. And what they did was add high frequency signals onto these power lines that run the length of the truck. So they would couple them onto their either transformer or capacitor, just AC couple them, and send these high frequency signals with enough of a voltage that they would propagate. Now, there was an issue with PLC for trucks that was it was actually patent encumbered, and at the time that they started the work on this, they didn't know. Eventually, it became known, and SAE actually at one point just canceled the working group to create J2497. And eventually it was resolved. The technology was patented for a long time, and there were royalties that had to be paid, but the standard did go forward. Now, if you go to SAE meetings or ATA-TMC meetings like I do, you've probably seen these patent disclosure and IP statements at the beginning of the meetings. I've been told that for ATA-TMC, those passages actually exist because of what happened with PLC for trucks, whereas with SAE, those statements actually predated the PLC for trucks issue. So it took the industry a while to get it done. It was quite complicated. There was a lot of tests that happened, over the winter and otherwise. And as I mentioned, there was other technologies that wanted to get axle weighing and door sensors and things like that up from the trailer into the tractor. So they had interoperability tests, and it ended up being, eventually it was deployed, but it was quite complicated to get it to that point. So the news media, has been seen to call this technology expensive or complicated. There's a funny quote right here where someone's saying the most expensive light bulb in history. So it is funny to look at the technology that way, but it's also important to recognize that the calculus that the fleets were looking at was whether they would have to retrofit all their trailers, which typically have 30-year service lifetimes, just to get another light up into the cab. So creating this technology, even though it seems like it was an expensive light bulb, still, from their point of view, for what they wanted, was cheaper. And that's going to be true today as it was back then. The trailers last for a very long time. The connectors are still the J560 connector, and trying to change any of that might prove to be more expensive than anyone would want to spend. So now you know a lot of the history about J2497 and why it came about and why are we sending these high frequency signals on power lines. Let's talk more about what it is, how it's put together. You can think of J2497 like an alternate physical layer for J1708. And we're not going to go into J1708 a lot because there's another talk that will give you lots of details on it. Suffice it to say that it's a heavy vehicle network that predates J1939. J2497 has its own arbitration scheme that it employs around J1708. The PLC for trucks 2497 is always 9600 bauds. And the way it takes these 1708 signals is it'll actually encode them into spread spectrum chirps. So another way to think about 2497 is by an analogy. You can see a couple analogies that I'm making here. J1939 is a lot like J1587, and J1939 can sit on top of high-speed or low-speed CAN buses, twisted or unshielded. So similarly, can J1587 sit on top of either J2497 or just J1708, and you'll probably have diagnostics or some other applications on top of those. Which, if you're not an automotive person, you can think of it by an analogy to DNS, which is built on top of UDP, and UDP IP can run on either like Ethernet or 802.11 infrared, for example. So let's talk a little bit more about these spread spectrum chirps. The specification of J2497 by SAE actually includes a definition of the chirp, and they have to sweep from 200 to 400 kilohertz, then from 400 to 100 kilohertz, and then from 100 to 203 kilohertz. You can see a picture here of a rendering of a couple possible chirps. Different possibilities result by how you treat these discontinuities here. The chirps themselves are about 100 microseconds total. They start and end at value 0 so that they can be concatenated. And when they're transmitted, they should be transmitted in amplitude between 2.5 to 7 volts peak to peak, according to the spec. Now, in practice, the transmitters on trailer equipment tend to send them even higher than 7 volts peak to peak, just to make sure that they'll make it from one end of the tractor trailer to the other. The chirps are put together into frame encodings that will let them actually send J1708 frames. And the way the frames are encoded is broken up into a preamble and a body. The purpose of the preamble is there to realize that alternate arbitration method, so that if two PLC devices are trying to talk at the same time, there's a way to determine who has the highest priority and which one should back off. It's very similar to CAN. It involves that very first byte being sent, and the lower byte is the higher priority. So here you can see two renderings of frames, the first being OA00, the second being OBFF. The OA00 frame and the OBFF frame are the ADS fault information that we talked about, the impetus for J2497. So in the preamble, you can see that the messages, the actual chirps, have delays in between them. And this is because the chirps are 100 microseconds, but the time for the symbols is 104 microseconds. So you use little gaps. In the preamble, the presence of the chirp indicates, the logic value. So logic 0 means chirp present, logic 1 is chirp absent. But then when you get into the body, it's actually 100 microseconds with no gaps, and the encoding is actually determined by phase. So this is phase shift keying in the body. The phase of logic 0 is arbitrary per device, and it's actually given by the phase that's transmitted here in the amplitude shift keying section. There's a checksum at the end, and then there's all these sync bits you can see in orange and in green. And some of these sizes are variable, so there could be 1 to 2 initial symbols, and there could be 0 to 4 gap symbols. So why is it like that? Well, J2497 was designed for J1708. This whole PLC for truck scheme was actually accomplished by a particular piece of silicon, the Intelon SSC P485. And this particular chip was designed to take J1708 frames and wrap them around with some extra information and re-encode them into these spread spectrum chirps. So the Intelon P485 actually adds, the sync bits and adds all the preamble highlighted here in orange. It will then send, the actual encoded information in chirps as the body, which matches exactly what you would see on the J728 line, and then it adds these terminators with the gaps and the sync bits. So the checksum is actually part of J1708 and not part of J2497. And you can see there's a duplication of MIDs. You can think of MIDs like arbitration IDs in CAN. It's that first byte. It determines arbitration on the bus, and the data is duplicated twice. It turns out that this information here in the preamble is used for arbitration of the PLC bus only, and what gets sent on J1708 is this byte that's put right here, which means that you can send things where those two don't equal each other, and you can override priority. So you could send a very low priority MID with an all 0 PLC MID, and it would barge in on top of anyone else that was talking on PLC. So a little bit about J1587. This is that next layer above. You can think of it akin to J1939. If you look at the J1587 spec, there's a lot of really interesting highlights. They say that you shouldn't send more than 21 bytes at a time unless the vehicle is stationary. I wonder what happens if you don't. There's a factory test MID that should never be sent by any vehicle system. There are bridging and forwarding schemes defined in the spec. There's a dynamic address claim. There are cold and warm reset commands, and lots of support for interesting kind of peripherals on commercial vehicles like toll systems and display signage and climate control. Now, for some more details on how to decode J1587 automatically, please see our team's presentation, which should be up today, or look at the pretty J1587 repository. Even though J1587 defines a lot of interesting things that could be in there, all we've seen in our testing for the most part is the ABS fault lamp on and off messages and manufacturer diagnostic messages. There was a report by the FMCSA that suggested that there should also be axleway, yaw sensor, and door latch sensor traffic on the PLC bus, but we haven't run into it yet. So how do you connect to PLC? There are some great options out there. The DG Technologies PLC TestCon is very rugged and reliable. I love mine. There's also a Nexic PLC adapter, which has the advantage of being able to go in line on a cable, so you can test it in place. The problem with these sort of classic diagnostic adapters is that they aren't cheap. You will need them for running manufacturer diagnostic tools, though. And also the Intelon P485, I'm told, is becoming harder to source, which is not going to help with the cost of these tools. Finally, the limitation of these tools is that you can't do anything strange to PLC with these tools because they just have a Intelon P485 chip in them, and so you can't make arbitrary PLC waveforms. For example, you can't do different PLC MID from a J1708 MID on the bus. So how do you interface with J1708 so that you can interface with PLC? The first one up is another one of those RP1210 adapters, such as the Digitech DPA4, DPA5, or a Nexic USB link. And these things are necessary for the manufacturer diagnostics. An option that I really like, that's really cool, that was presented here at DefCon 24 is the Truck Duck, which is a BeagleBone cape by 6V and Haystack. There's been some revisions to this board since the DefCon 24 presentation. There's the 1.5 Yeet version and the Mega version. These BeagleBone capes enable communication with both J1939, or any CAN network actually, and J1708 networks through the PyHV networks module that Haystack authored. And we are going to talk about some ways to use these to write PLC. So our PLC writing tool, what we wanted was something that would be low cost. We wanted it to be open. We wanted it to be capable of doing weird things. We weren't so concerned about arbitration. The J1708 stack that Haystack put together for the Truck Duck originally didn't have any arbitration, just had frame detect, and it works fairly well on systems that aren't highly loaded. And we didn't want to worry about getting read in right now, and the reason for that you'll see will be clear later. So our approach that we elected, mostly because we're biased and we like the Truck Duck, is let's make some small mods to the Truck Duck and push them upstream and try to stick with very small BOM changes, and hopefully 6V can integrate those into the next mega Yeet version of the Truck Duck. So bit banging PWM on the PRU. Bit banging is the process of toggling a GPIO in order to create whatever protocol you're after. GPIOs are general purpose input-output pins, of which there are many on the BeagleBone, and the PRU is a programmable real-time unit on the BeagleBone. It runs jitter-free, like deterministic code with no interrupts stopping execution at 200 megahertz, which is plenty for the 400 kilohertz-ish signal of PLC. And also the PRU was used originally on the Truck Duck for the J1708 stack itself, so there's already a precedent there for using the PRU in this system. It turns out that the Truck Duck J1708 channel 2 has pretty much been broken since release, which is actually good for us because it lets us reuse or repurpose one of the PRU cores for the PLC application instead. And in trying to find pins, we needed to find one that we knew we could bit bang from the PRU, which is a certain class of pins, but we also wanted to eventually maybe get rid of the PRU if possible and use the integrated PWM unit in the BeagleBone, although that hasn't been done yet. So trying to find the pin that would work was one of these fun processes. I found it best to just do it with markers. We wanted to make sure that it could be accessed from the PRU, it could migrate to PWM. We wanted to make sure it didn't conflict with any other Truck Duck pins. So for synthesizing PLC, we settled eventually on P928. We had a backup. And then we also planned for doing frame detect and PLC read via an ADC. But we haven't implemented that. That's just kind of allocated for later. So in creating PLC signals, there's two main parts. You have to synthesize this PLC with PWM, and then you have to couple this signal that you've created onto the PLC network. So there's these two clouds that we're going to reveal. I don't often do this, but I thought I would this time. I would try the dumbest thing first, and my friends will tell you that I'm not very good at doing that, but I did it this time. The first thing we tried was the dumbest PWM possible. You just turn it on when the signal of that you're trying to realize is above 0, and turn it off when the signal you're trying to realize is below 0. So you can see that pictured here. The orange waveform is the dumb PWM, and the blue waveform is the true chirp. And it turns out that actually worked. So we said yay and moved on. The next part was coupling. And you can see here in the DG Tech PLC TestCon, the coupling network they created is just gorgeous. And compared to what we were using, it is amazing, because we found out that 100 nanofarad capacitor was enough, and that was our filtering as well. So the dumbest filtering and the dumbest PWM got us what we needed, and we moved on. The results were pretty good, actually. We did run into one issue with undocumented cycle counts for some of the instructions that we had to use in assembly, but the results were fine. You can see down here, the orange signal is a recording on an oscilloscope of the PLC signal that we synthesized after filtering on a receiver. Same with the purple. This is just a larger zoomed out trace. So this is post filtering of the signal that we realized. The signal that we realize is much more like these square waves up here in the tuning edge delays diagram. And this is just a representation of how we had to tune some of the assembly instructions to make sure that the signal would line up, all the way into the realization, like bit 54 of the PLC chirp train that we had to create. So it worked pretty well. The code, you can get this tool. It's MIT licensed. It's available on GitHub as of today. What it does is it adds a new J1708 server. That's the way that the 1708 was set up on the truck ducts, is they receive and send UDP frames and will send or receive those onto J1708. What we did was create a whole new one that's completely compatible, but what it does is send PLC signals instead. We also created some command line utilities. The network, the Pi HV networks that Haystack created, has a really nice programming interface for Python, but I just like to have really simple command line tools like dump and send. So we drafted those, and they're compatible with the existing stack as well. And so to get your truck ducts to connect to PLC, you actually do need to do some PCB changes to your truck duct for now until 6 volts rolls us into the next revision. And this led to probably one of my favorite kind of bodge jobs, because I love to do rework of PCBs, and I also really like it when things have to be MacGyvered. When we were connecting this up to PLC, we discovered that it would work when there was a really long length of cable in between the power supply of the truck duct and the point where we were coupling to the network. And if we didn't have that long piece of cable, the truck duct power supply just seemed to attenuate the PLC signals to almost nothing, which led me to this great bodge job right here, where I wrapped 40 inches of wire and soldered that down to the board in between the input to the power supply and the connector, and that actually solved the problem, which is fun. Okay, so next up we're going to show you how you can use some adapters to connect your truck duct up to the power lines. There's a lot of different options. The first is this J560 to DB15 and Deutsch 2-pin. So these DB15 connectors, you can find them in a lot of different diagnostics adapters. The DPA4 and the truck duct both have them. This is a 560 connector here, which is useful to be plugged into the back of your tractor. You can also plug into the back of your trailer if you have an adapter to connect to the batteries up here on the Deutsch 2-pin, and the whole set is in the DG Tech PLC TestCon. Next up is these battery clip the DB15 adapters, and these ones can be found in the Nexic adapter sets on the internet. There's also these Y adapters for J560, where they give you a Deutsch 9-pin connector in line with two J560 connectors. So these can be used like in line with a tractor and a trailer that are connected. You got to watch out that some of these actually do contain an Intelon P485, and what they're doing is converting PLC to J1708 and routing that to the J1708 pins instead of PLC onto the power pins. Another one that's useful is one of these inline jack and plug, which is very similar to the previous one. None of these have the Intelon P485 inside them. You can also build your own umbilical. So these J560 plugs, you can take them apart by removing the set screw, and you can wire any kind of a pigtail you like. I like to use these Deutsch 2 pins because they work with the DigiTech sets. And then you can close it all back up, and you can have a connector that can be used with a tractor and trailer connected. So we also created a PLC reading tool, and Chris Poor is going to tell you some more details about that. Chris?
Thanks, Ben. One of our goals was to develop a low-cost tool for reading J2497 messages with SDRs and open source software. We wanted a solution to let just about anybody tap into a line and see messages all for little cost. Next slide, please. Again, the J2497 signals primarily consist of a series of 100 microsecond chirps that start at 203 kilohertz, ramp up to 400 kilohertz, quickly drop down to 100 kilohertz, and back to 203 kilohertz. The 100 to 400 kilohertz frequency range is lower than most SDRs can handle. For example, the starting frequency of the RTL2832U dongles vary depending on the model, but they can range from 500 kilohertz to around 50 megahertz. Next slide, please. To get around this problem, we used upconverters. The ham-it-up upconverter will take our signal and mix it with an intermediate frequency of 125 megahertz. I believe the SPIverter uses 120 megahertz. Once it's near 125 megahertz, we can receive it with our radios and begin to condition the signal in software. We improve the quality of the signal if we didn't tune our radio directly on 125 megahertz, but instead at 126. This allowed us to use a bandpass filter to get rid of a lot of the DC noise associated with the ham-it-up. Next slide, please. We achieved most of our success with an RTL and a ham-it-up, but there are solutions out there that could be promising that don't use upconverters. We tried the Lime SDR, which starts at 100 kilohertz, but the gain and performance down at those frequencies was too low for us. You can find schematics online for modifying RTL SDRs to get a lower starting frequency. They also make some that have a direct receive mode that can tune down to 500 kilohertz, but they say the performance is reduced when operating down there. The AirSpy HF Plus is supposed to start at 9 kilohertz, but it might not have the bandwidth to support the J2497 chirps. You might have some luck with oscilloscopes, but then the price starts to go up. The Adalm 2000 is a cheaper option you might want to consider. Next slide, please. Back to our setup. When tapped to the line, we used a coupling adapter to remove the 12-volt DC offset that exists. This was to be on the safe side and avoid any chance of damaging our upconverter. Next, the output of the upconverter went to the RTL SDR and was sampled and filtered in GNU Radio, producing a J1708 looking message like you see in the bottom right. Note how the preamble has visible silent periods and the body is the continuous section at the end of the message. Next slide, please. We developed 3 methods for demodulating those signals into bits. One method examines the instantaneous frequency. The other 2 rely on correlating the signal with specific sequences. I'll go over them in the next few slides. Next slide, please. Our first attempts took advantage of GNU Radio's quadrature demod block to produce the plot you see in the bottom right. The sawtooth pattern you see down there represents the frequency over time for chirps in the body of the message. The circled spikes indicate sudden changes in phase at the start of a new chirp. This is what we use to distinguish the ones and zeros. No change in phase means keeps the value of the previous bit, while a phase change means flip the bit. We framed the start and stop of each message based on the amplitude and tried to ignore the preamble sections of each message since the body contains the whole J1708 message anyway. Next slide, please. We started developing alternative methods because the previous one did not work well with noise and relied heavily on a consistent signal amplitude. So to get around that, we correlated the signal with a 203 kilohertz reference. Now, 203 kilohertz is the precise frequency where each chirp begins. If there's no phase change, there's a smooth 203 kilohertz signal, which are the higher peaks you see in the output down there. However, when there's a phase change present, the frequency gets disrupted for a short period of time. It results in a value close to 0 when correlated with the reference. That's why you kind of see those mini spikes where it's ramping up and down as it approaches the location where 203 kilohertz should be in the chirp. Likewise, anything outside the message, like the noise, is going to be reduced to a value close to 0. We use a moving average filter on the correlation output to frame the message and ignore the preamble part of it. Next slide, please. Now, for situations where the signal is completely buried in the noise, the previous two methods are not very effective. Instead, we tried a new method which begins by correlating the signal with a Python-generated chirp designed to mimic a real one. The result produces much larger peaks like you see down there, which helps distinguish it from the noise. We use this technique to frame the message and reuse the 203 kilohertz reference in the previous method to distinguish the ones and zeros. Next slide, please. We call it all GRJ2497. It contains the blocks and flow graphs that will read the traffic and print out messages like what you see on the right. The values for the MID, data, and checksum are pulled right from the messages. Additionally, there is an option built into the blocks to send the messages in hex over to a UDP port for other potential tools to use. Now, back to Ben to continue on.
Thanks, Chris. So you've got GNU Radio, and you can now read your PLC signals, but how do you connect your ham it up or subdirect receive receiver onto PLC? Turns out, once again, just 100 nanofarad capacitor is going to do the trick. I have used and like to use the 100-volt ones just to be safe, because we don't really want to get battery currents connected to our receivers. And then you just need a way to connect those PLC wires onto this coupling network. So all of those previous adapters that we talked about all apply in this case, but then how do you connect the wires up? And I think one of the nice solutions we came up with is modifying these Balun 19 adapters. So you can actually take the transformer off of the board and cut the trace right here at the back, replace that transformer with a surface mount capacitor, bridge the ground here, and then cover it all with solder resist to avoid ever touching 12-volt at battery currents for trucks. Another one that's an adapter that works is an antenna. You actually can read these signals wirelessly. We experimented with a whole bunch of different antennas, but we found that this form of active antenna, pictured here, works pretty good and is pretty darn cheap. The power supply that's here is fine, but it works well as well if you connect a 9-volt battery to it instead. And we believe that there's a lot more options out there because really anything that's made for 2200 meters or low FER is in the right band. But we stuck with portable options because a lot of low FER and 2200 meter stuff is giant masts, and you're not going to move that around with you. But there are loops and whips and mini whips. But really, if you just want to do quick and dirty, these mini whips work really great for the price. Over here, you can actually see, we're receiving a pretty clear PLC signal on top of the background noise using just this mini whip taped to the side of a box next to a truck. So we're able to read these signals wirelessly, but from how far? In our testing, we can reliably receive 6 feet away from a position next to the gap between the tractor and the trailer. Now, this was using our first version of the GNU radio receiver, the one that does the phase measurements and not the new cool stuff that Chris talked about with correlation. So we feel pretty confident this can be extended. We don't know how far, and post-COVID, doing some more testing, we're gonna find out. Why do we think this works? It's a bit strange because these trailers, or maybe the long ones that we were testing on, were 40 feet, and half wave, resonator at 40 feet is really only 12 megahertz, which is way above the 400 kilohertz top end of PLC for trucks. So it really shouldn't be a good radiator. But when we tested, it certainly is good enough at this point. And we think that may be a combination of factors, but possibly primarily due to that very large voltage that they transmit, that these devices transmit at, to make sure they can make it across the whole range of the tractor and the trailer. So yeah, the long wires, the high transmit voltages. I think also contributing this is maybe PLC transmitters are actually left alone to be noisy. The spec for J2497 allows any conducted noise to be beyond any other restrictions. And then also FCC's regulations on unintentional radiators actually exempt vehicles, any digital device utilized exclusively in any transportation vehicle, from the unintended radiator status. Now they do still have to turn off if they're found to be in violation, but it's hard to understand how that could be enforced with a large moving vehicle. So it seems like maybe these are radiators that are beyond spec, and no one's been testing for them because they're exempt or because it's in spec. There are some impacts to this, but the good news is the impacts aren't very large. It's really a minor impact. On trailers, as we mentioned, really the main traffic is just the ABS fault information. And if that's the only information that's being disclosed by these radiators on a remote read, then you're not really losing confidentiality much. Now, if you are a fleet that's deploying other technologies like way axles, or maybe even your door sensors, any canvassing technology in the trailer, this kind of stuff might be more confidential. You wouldn't want to have it disclosed. In terms of the impact in other technologies, other applications of the Intel on P485, we don't really know. Now, one of the reasons we wanted to do this talk is that there are future impacts that really matter. The ATA TMC is working on putting together a new next generation tractor trailer interface. And one of the propositions include exchanging keys over PLC. Not that you can't do key exchange without guarantees of confidentiality, but we just want everyone designing those systems to be aware of the fact that you can't assume that what you exchange over these buses will be confidential. So it could be a problem if it's not implemented correctly. And then, as we mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, this is not unique to PLC for trucks. This behavior is present in other power line technologies, and we encourage you to look at the work of Baker and Martinovic, who showed that this happens in plug-in electric vehicle chargers. Now, what can we do about it? Presently, there's not a whole lot you could do on existing trailers because we think that really it's these long wires and the high voltage levels that are contributing to this. But for the future, there is something you could do. You also should, if you're a fleet, consider what kind of information is flowing on your trailers. If you are using airway, if you are using door sensors or canvassing systems, you might want to be aware that that kind of information can't be considered confidential when your trucks are rolling down the road. You also should be aware if your maintenance departments configure your trailer ECUs to do any streaming of readings, which is possible on several of the manufacturers, where you can configure them to continuously stream wheel speed readings or temperature or voltage readings. Those wouldn't be considered confidential anymore on those buses. But for the future, when they're designing the next tractor-trailer interface, I think the main mitigation that needs to be taken into place is reducing those emissions. And that should be able to be achieved by using PLC on power lines only between the connections where those J560 connectors are. We recognize that the J560 connector is not going anywhere. It's going to be too expensive to try to get fleets to move off of it. So if we only use PLC in between the J560 connectors, that should reduce the radiated emissions. If we only use it in between those J560 connectors, it also affords designers the opportunity to use lower transmit voltages because the signals don't have to reach across the entire tractor trailer or multiple, especially multiple trailers in tandem. So this issue has throughout the process has been disclosed to various parties over the past 8 months or so. We've been in contact with trailer equipment manufacturers, all 3 of the major ones. We have reached out to all the trailer builders. Only one of them responded to us. We have coordinated the disclosure with the NMFDA members and our sponsors. We've also done it with what was previously ICS CERT, who now wants to be called the CISA Vulnerability Disclosure Program. And they themselves also reached out to the trailer builders that didn't respond to us. At this time, CISA VDP has assigned CVE 2020-14514, and there is an advisory on this issue of trailer power line communications to raise awareness forthcoming. So in terms of future work, it's kind of got 2 different directions. I know our AIS friends here do a lot of industrial control systems work, and they're very interested in looking at applications of the same method to various other power line communication technologies, some of them listed here. On the transportation side, very much would like to improve those truck duck features, get some PLC read going, maybe use the PWM unit instead. I recognize that those DC blocks could be implemented differently, maybe capacitive coupling on one side of the transformer instead of removing the transformer. Also, the new Balun 19s have really great screw terminals, so you could have a much more rugged connection to the power line. We also would like to take Chris's receiver code and figure out just how far the reception can be done reasonably using one of these cheap active antennas and maybe some of the other more fancy active antennas that we bought since then. And then there's also looking at the other places where you find PLC. We're told that PLC is also used in intermodal, which is where people take containers and put those on top of flat cars or put them on top of trailers on the road as well. So we'd like to have a look at how PLC integrates in that space. And there's also this thing, which should be really fun to look at. That someone took a trailer brake controller and of course added Wi-Fi to it, because that's a great idea. If anyone wants to have fun with a trailer brake controller, check this one out. But also at the Car Hacking Village, we have 2 brake controllers hooked up to pressured air. I'll tell you about that a little more in a minute. So yeah, in summary, in conclusion, we got you 2 tools. There's PLC for truck ducks, Trucks Duck, which enables you to write to PLC using 1-bit PLC chirps that we did with bit banging. You can make an arbitrary waveform. You can have different PLC MIDs than you do for the J1708 payloads. Everything we put together is compatible with Haystack's Pi HV Networks modules. There's also the ability to read PLC traffic remotely, and this is tracked also internally as ICS VU 227452, and I gave you the CVE earlier, and the GRJ2497 tool that Chris told you all about is capable of receiving this traffic at a distance of 6 feet. And also, that GR2497 tool is itself compatible with the Pi HV Networks modules from Haystack. So this is what I was trying to tell you about. We actually have a couple trailer brake controllers turned upside down, and we've connected Nerf dart firing cactuses to the exhaust ports on the bottom. and we're running pressurized air on them so that if you can figure out how to do a valve test or do an ECU reset on one of these things, it should push air through that exhaust port and you should fire those Nerf darts. And they're connected up on the virtual car hacking village system, so there's a Twitch stream and remote logins to the shells. We do hope that you log in and have a try, and maybe if you get familiar with them, have a try at that Wi-Fi trailer unit. I know I'd like to someday too. What we did here was, not the result of just Chris and I's effort, but really the result of a lot of people committing a lot of resources and assistance over the past few months. And I really want to take an opportunity to put all their names up here and thank them. Really, this wouldn't be possible without, support of a team and a community, and I feel really lucky to be a part of both. So thank you very much for your time. I'll be over in chat with Chris, hopefully answering any questions you have, and I'll see you at the virtual car hacking village later.